live. Don't mind the Elgato. It's not important right now. We're finishing a Tithe in Blood. That stuff doesn't matter. I'm just pulling up the Boo Bot really quick, and then we're gonna pull up the game, and then we're gonna get into it because our goal for today is to finish it. No matter how long that takes, we are gosh darn finishing this game today. Mostly just because I really want to see. I just really, really want to see how it ends. Also, thank you so much to Frenzy Spawn for the follow. I've tried a couple of times to get like the alerts to work again for people who are following, and it just doesn't work. It's not I can't get it to work. I don't know why. I'm just very stupid. Is that essentially the main crux of most issues I have with these Twitch things, is that I'm just very illiterate when it comes to technology, which is terrible because that's like 90% of what I do. I work in technology, considering I have a desk job. I do. Oh, hello there, Flowey. Oh, I need to turn the chat box back on. Hang on, I had it off for a little bit. Hang on, let me. Where are you? Where's the chat box? Why am I blue? Are you blue? You're. Wait, hang on. How are you seeing that you're blue? Wait, what the freak? on the chat screen, it says. Hang on, let me go ahead and add the chat box back. I swore I was purple last stream. Hang on, let me pull up the Twitch. Cause on OBS. You're red, but on my version of like the chat screen, you are blue, but I don't think you should be blue. But how do you see that? Hang on, I'm pulling it up. I'm pulling it up myself. No, you are blue now, but that's a different color of blue. I was also pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you've been like consistently the same color. I'm pretty sure that you are very like. Obviously, I think it has to do with like when people like come in and stuff like that. But I feel like you are usually the same color. That's weird. Anyways. That's a little odd, but all right. Hey, listen, you're just very... It's a lot like your name. It just changes from time to time, you know what I mean? But how's it going, Flowey? How's it been? It's been a little while. Again, I took the... God, I love this art. This is one of my favorite art pieces that Studio Lawn has ever done. Is this starting screen right here. It's just gorgeous. It's like the prettiest thing ever. I went on a little business trip with my dad and brother to get some work done that they needed to do and needed some help with. And that was just a good time, which it was actually kind of nice because we went to a place that was like a little bit warmer. Like, cause like, you know, we just went like a couple cities away. Like it was like a 4 or 5 hour drive, something like that. And it was just a little bit warmer there, like a good solid like 10 degrees, which is nice because it's been so freaking cold here. It's been so cold at home. And like, here's the thing. I love the cold. I love it being frosty. I love it being chilly so much. But this was, it's been a little too much. It's been a little too much for even me lately. So it was actually really nice because it was like 60 degrees there, which is like, that's like perfect temperature for me. If the universe could consistently be 60 degrees, that would be impeccable. That would be the best thing ever. Hang on, let me go like this. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna try and trick you into clicking out of the game for real. Please, no. Oh, kidding. Okay. Listen, Flowey, we both know you could. I don't think anyone here, listen, this chat could be full of 100 people, and there's not a single person in that chat who would actually believe that I wouldn't fall for whatever you do. You know what I mean? There's not a single person who wouldn't be like, yeah, the Flowey's gonna get him. Please don't. Probably. Please don't. But yeah, so it has been a little bit nice being back from that because it was a good couple of days that we were out on that trip, and then the entire time I'm literally the type of person like if I'm not like working on stuff, I get like anxiety, which is probably something I need to like get figured out. But I was like, oh, I'm not working on like videos, I'm not working on any of the projects I'm working on. Like, oh my gosh, I'm getting anxiety from it. So it's been nice getting back, so I can get back to working on things. Is like been my favorite part. Also, I finally saw the FNAF movie. Flowey, I don't remember. Are you a FNAF fan? Do you care at all about that kind of stuff? I don't remember. But I finally saw FNAF 2, and let me just say, that movie was terrible, but I had a good time. I really enjoyed it. I had a really, really fun time watching it, even if the entire time I was like, because like, here's the thing. I've never been someone who sees a reference and I point and cheer. You know what I mean? I've never been one of those kinds of people. But there's something about the FNAF movies where when I see those references, I clap and cheer. You know what I mean? A movie doesn't have to be good to be good. See, I just think that there's a difference. Like, the way I think about it is, like, there's two scales on which one should judge a movie. On the actual quality of, like, the writing and, like, filmmaking and all that kind of stuff, and then how much you actually enjoy it, you know? Because, like, the enjoyment part is, like, the most, like, that's, like, the entirely subjective part. You know what I mean? Like, so if you're thinking about, like, the FNAF movie as in terms of actual, like, an actual film, out of context of it being, like, attached to the FNAF franchise, and you take away the fact that I just love to see Freddy Fazbear on the screen, you know, and all that kind of stuff, nothing would have been gained from this movie. I would have sat there and been like, this was an hour and a half wasted. But because I do love the Fazbear, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's on screen. What, is that Bonnie? Is that Matt Pat playing Bonnie? Wowza, you know, that kind of stuff. Horror. Dude, the grin. There's a scene where good old Mike Schmitty has a Freddy plushie, and he squeezes it and does the horror, and like that, the biggest smile on my face, the biggest smile on my face ever. I had such a good time, and I'm so excited for the next one, cause like with the going into number 2, I was like really like, how are they gonna like get this in, like, to feel like it's a sequel going into number 2, considering that 2 is a prequel and like all that kind of stuff, and everything. And then like, so I was like, is this like really gonna feel like it's FNAF 2, or is it just gonna be like a sequel to FNAF 1? But then it was, you know, it did a pretty good job of like actually incorporating all the FNAF 2 things. And then there's an end, I guess I'm just spoiling it at this point, but who cares? It's the FNAF 2 movie. There's an end credit scene, where it like sets up hard for Fazbear Frights, the setting from the 3rd game, and it's like, yes, let's go. I'm so excited. So I'm locked in. I'm fully locked into this franchise. even if the movies are truly terrible, but you know what? That's fine. It's fine. Wait, are you serious? Yes. And I pointed, I laughed, and I cheered. I watched it with my family, and me and my brother are like, pretty big like FNAF fans. Like, we're like pretty into like the entire franchise. Granted, he's definitely like fallen like way off of it more than I have. I'm still like I've slowly been falling more and more out of it as time goes on, just because I think a lot of like the modern stuff just isn't good. But I still, you know, I know my Fazbear facts, you know what I mean? So the entire time it was me and my brother just like looking at each other and smiling while my parents are like, what? What's going on? Is there like a joke I'm missing? It's like, no, trust me, there's so many things that you're missing right now. It's okay. Granted, it was also a little, I had like a moment where I was explaining, because after the movie was done, me and my brother were explaining like all the differences in like the plot and the characters between the games and the movie, and how they're like completely different, like not even remotely similar. And I had like one of those like the meme from like my parents when they were my age and they're married, have a family, have a huge job, or like their careers going, they own a house, and then it's like me at 25 explaining FNAF lore to my parents. And it's like, oh no, but you know what? Hey, I enjoy it, so I guess it's fine. Also sad. My computer is broken? Wait, what happened? Because listen, you have my deepest my brain just farted. Condolences. Jesus. That was like such a weird moment. In my brain, I was saying condolences the entire time, and my mouth just couldn't say the D part of it. That was so weird. Because as someone who also lost a computer for like a long time, it sucks. It sucks. I feel like computer stuff's so stressful because it's so like finicky and stuff like that, and so easy to break that it's like, it's so stressful. But like, you do so much on it nowadays, you know. It's old. That's also incredibly fair. You know what? That does it. My work computer, the one that we were streaming on here for a good long while my other one was in the shop, it's also getting up there in years. It's almost like 11 years old now. It's almost as old as it's like almost as old as my dog is. That's weird. And sometimes it struggles to open like the applications that I need to do my work, which is stuff like spreadsheets. It's now currently at the point of struggling to open spreadsheets. I'm like, I don't know how much longer I have with it before I need to put the old girl down, you know? So yeah, you have my deepest condolences. But how you were working on that Batman video, were you able to make like decent progress or like save it before like all of it got like broken and stuff? Or is like, Hopefully that's not gone. Because that was a big thing when, like, my main computer, the one that we're streaming on now, was, like, blue screening and stuff. I made sure I got every single project I've worked on off of that stupid thing before I ever sent it in. Oh, no, I wasn't recording on my computer for that video. I was recording on something completely different. Oh, do you mind if I ask what you were recording on? Obviously, if some, like, secret thing, then that's fine. But, like, if you can't share, like, what were you recording on? My phone? Oh. Nice, nice. Fully respect it. Was it like one of those, like, oh, screen recording? Wait. Explain that to me, because you said you were playing Arkham Knight, right? So, like, is Arkham Knights on the phone? Is that a thing? Am I that behind? I asked that, and I'm like, I definitely could be. So basically, I hooked my phone up to my Xbox. I didn't know that was an option. Wait, that's so freaking cool. Anyway, so you have 6 hours of footage on your phone? Oh my gosh, your phone's memory must be massive. That's insane. That's awesome. That's awesome. Huh, the more you know. I didn't know that was even a thing. So, well, I'm glad that you were. Nope, never mind. I'll stop talking. It's terrible. Oh, how do you think I lost so much? Oh. You know what, chat, when he's right, you know what I mean? Like, that's such an incredibly fair point. Oh, I feel so, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's also, I used to record a lot of gacha videos, and I didn't have any way of, like, capturing the footage outside of, like, just screen recording. And the amount of times I would lose just so much footage, like, an entire session of, like, summoning on stuff, just completely gone to the aether, and it's like, oh no. I mean, I still have, like, my footage because I record my footage with my computer, but, like, I guess I could do that. That's why I edited as I went. That's honestly, like, kind of, like, not a bad idea anyways, I low-key kind of feel, just because, I feel like if you, like, have, like, too much footage, it can almost become, like, overwhelming, because that's definitely a situation I'm in right now, like, with all these projects I've finished, I now just have, like, bajillion hours of footage to go through, and it does feel, like, very overwhelming in a way, which isn't how it would be if I just had gone through and edited it while I was going, but that's also, like, brings up its own issue, so it's something that everyone kind of has to find their own flow with as well, because actually it was 12 hours of footage that I played. I already had 3 hours edited so I could make space for the future. Oh, okay. But how's that coming along then, if you're still able to be working on it? And I feel after we talk about this, that we should jump into the game. Because, again, I don't want to yap for too long, because we still have, like, a good chunk of this left. We still have the rest of Act 3. But I just want to know how your video's going. Because you were doing that, and you're also doing the Undertale one. Oh, I'm completely done with editing it now. I just need to add effects. Oh, let's go. Let's go. How long do you think that's going to take you? Because, like, what kind of, like, special effects do you do? I turned to a 30-minute video. Nice. Isn't that, like, here's the thing. You can now relate to this directly. Isn't it so funny when you have, like, again, like, 12, like, or longer hours of footage, and then once you edit it all down, it's like, huh. I didn't get very much out of this. But then you realize, like, that's the best thing for the video, though. That's, like, the best thing for the video. Like, whenever I'm, like, editing, like, doing, like, the cut-down phase of, like, the series that I've done on, like, my other, like, on my Let's Play channel, I'm like, man, I really just took, like, 17 hours of a game and turned it into, like, an hour of stuff. That's crazy how little I pulled from it. Oh, good water. Good water. Oh, I also got, okay, so I got an ice machine for the holidays, which is nice, because whenever I'm at my parents' house, I literally just fill my entire, like, big, nice, like, insulated cup, insulated cup up with water, up with ice, and I just use that as my ice source for the next entire day until I go back over to my parents' house. So they decided, hey, we're gonna get him an ice machine. That's why I actually got that washed. I got it set up today, and it's been so nice. I have nice ice cold water at my own home. It's pretty easy because basically I just summarized the plot of the game because it wasn't really that hard of a challenge with many roadblocks, and I just included every roadblock I could. That's fair. That's a good way to structure it, you know. Because people are there, like, obviously, like, I feel like summarizing, like, the story and, like, everything that's kind of going on is a good way to help people who don't know the game stay engaged with the video, you know, if they don't know it, like, at all or that well. It helps them, like, know, like, what's actually happening and stuff going on, while obviously, like, keeping the challenge included. So that's a fair way to do it. But yeah, with that being said, let's get on into finishing the game. Also, I have my camera in a new spot. So if you ever see me struggling with something on this side of the screen, just know it's because I can't see it. That's where my camera is. It used to be like right here on like this portion of the screen. So like anything that came into this spot, if there was anything there, I'd have to like grab the camera and like tilt it to be able to like know where I was clicking on. Oh wait, granted, actually, instead of doing that, I could have just been looking at like OB. Oh my god, I think I might have just broken stream. I clicked off of it. Guys, I just clicked off of OBS to move something. I mean, off of the game to move something. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, we're good. Oh, my heart dropped the moment, because every single time I click off the game, it flashes at me. Because that's just what happens. You're clicking onto other applications when you're doing stuff, you know what I mean? And it flashed at me. I was like, my heart dropped, and like, did I just crash? It didn't crash? Yeah, exactly. Oh, we're so good. We're fine. We're fine. Oh my gosh. Shush, 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 shush. Shush, 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 shush. No. Stop it, stop it. Oh, so you're blind. Listen, exactly. If it is, hang on. From this side, from this point of the screen, more to the right, I'm completely blind of anything and everything that happens. So hopefully, Kaoru never goes onto like this portion of the screen. Hopefully she always stays over here or like over here or something, you know? Anyways, let's get on into it. Because in the last one, we didn't really get through that much because it was a much shorter stream just because that's when I was gearing up and getting ready to go on the trip itself. But we had Shino and kind of reconciling things like after everything that happened with Yasui and Yonohara and going to talk to Honoka about it, and then Yonohara also showed up there to talk to her about it, while Kaoru also went around and did some like sort of like quote-unquote like cop work, pretending to be a cop so then she could collect all of the things that they needed to from Honoka's house to make sure that they couldn't be implicated in any of the crimes, and to get the book that they wanted to collect so they could destroy it. As someone who was born without needing glasses, I can't relate. Oh, and don't forget, then we had a discussion on hot... Oh, yes! We also had, like, a 20-minute discussion on, like, hot villains and why, like, we're down bad for them, you know? So, I still feel like my hottest take from that one is that Sephiroth is only hot because he's a villain. I feel like that's something that people are going to disagree with me on, but it's one that I will stand by full-heartedly. There's, like, nothing attractive about that man except for how evil he is. But yeah, listen, hey, glasses aren't that bad. Honestly, for me, the only thing I don't like about glasses, there's two things. There's two things total. It's cleaning them. Because despite the fact my fingers never touch my glasses, my fingers never even come like within range of my glasses to touch them. And whenever I'm going anywhere that's even remotely dirty or dusty or anything like that, I take them off, put them in their case, and then leave them not in that area. Like if I'm ever going to like my parents' basement to like use like their workout equipment or to go down there and get something from their storage or something, it's super dusty down there because it's a freaking basement. So I take my glasses off and I leave them upstairs. Somehow they get dirty all the time, and I don't. And I try so hard. It's always the worst when you just got done cleaning them, and then like as once you put them back on, you turn and something happens. Like the amount of times I like cleaned them, then I went outside to like throw something away in like the trash or something, and like a bug flies straight into my face and dies on my glasses, like just straight up kamikazes into my face. Not a fun time. And then the other thing is that I'd like to do while I'm like at the gym and like working out, because I do like 99% cardio. I would like it if while I'm on like the elliptical or on my Stairmaster's machine or like the treadmill and stuff, if I could like read is the thing. I would love it if I was able to read, like if I could take a book when I'm on like the bike there, or again on the elliptical, or if like when I'm on the Stairmaster stuff, I could like watch anime if I could see better. And I also couldn't like, I don't even like want to like, when I first started going to the gym and doing these machines, I would download episodes of anime off of Crunchyroll onto my phone so I could watch them while I was working out and stuff like that. The issue is that like everything's blurry to me. Like people are like, everything around me just turns into a blur if I don't have my glasses on. I'm like the epitome of Velma. Like I can see well enough to like like go around places, obviously, like because like the fact that I go to the gym without my glasses on. But like I can't make anything out in detail. It's all just kind of like fuzz. It's too fuzzy. So I don't like that. I don't like that. But I also hate the idea. I hate the idea of contacts too much. I hate the idea of like touching my eyes and messing around with them. I nope. I'm good. I'm good. I don't want that. I don't want that in my life. So that's all good on that front. But yeah, outside of that, I don't really mind having glasses, especially because I really like how I look in glasses. So like my glasses are cute, right? um, I got so many perfect genes. I don't need glasses. My body is incapable of having acne. I'm 6 foot. I can wear a t-shirt in the snow with no issues and more. Wow, look at all these very humble brags over here. See, I have probably the worst genome on the planet. I have terrible eyes. I have health issues galore. I have body issues galore. I had terrible acne growing up. I'm so humble, for sure, for sure. Also, Rally, I almost read your Poe as just poo, just poo. Yeah, I know it's childish, but that is where my mind went to immediately. But anyways, Poe, how's it going? How's it going? How's your week been? Mm-mm-mm. It's been a while since I last streamed, so how's it been going? What have you been up to this week? I've actually been, dude, this week's been so busy. Genuinely, I've described on Friday, I was with a friend, and I was describing to her, like, all the things that have happened this week. And, like, so many of them went, oh, and then this thing also happened. Because this week felt like it was, like, a month long, essentially. But I wanted to bring this up because I think everyone here knows about the Coconut Simulator stream. That's going to be a thing that happens, and I'm almost done working on the thing that I wanted to have done for it. And it's the dumbest thing. I generally, like, I'm at, like, the halfway point of it, and I'm like, oh, gosh, this has been a good few hours of work right now. And then I just sat there staring at the thing I was working on, being like, this is so much effort for a stream that no one's going to watch. You know what I mean? I was genuinely, like, so proud of what I'm working on. And then I was like, this is not, I could be putting this effort into anything, into truly anything else. Like, I am at the point of, like, I have so many goals in life. I have so many goals in life. Humble brag, humble brag. I'm so ambitious. Oh my God. um, Oh, coconut sim because I spent $2. Exactly. You gave me $2 for that. I have to put in maximum effort. Is the most I've been paid to play a specific game. I promise I'll watch. Thank you. Thank you. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how sad I'll be? Because again, I think I promised I think I promised I'd stream it for about like 3 hours or so, I think is what I said. Like really like treat it like a proper stream. Can you imagine how sad it would be if I turn on stream that day, not a single person shows up? I'd just be sitting there being like, wow, guys, look at this. I'm a coconut. Oh, is that a tree? Are those canonically non-coconut related things in the features? Wowza. So, I do appreciate you promising to be there. But anyways, I recently got my car paid off, so now I'm putting away the money that I was spending on the car. I'm kind of splitting into two things. I want to split into two different savings. One for like fun things, like going on like trips or like buying things like that I want or like stuff like that. Like a little bit of an extra monthly budget essentially. Or and the other part is going into a fund because I want to make a game. And obviously I don't know how to do all the parts myself on that part, so I'm like trying to get like a budget for that game to be made. And I was sitting there like being like, man, I have like so many things that I need to like write on and work down and like draw out for this game and everything. And yet I'm doing this thing for Coconut Simulator. But then again, I sat back and I was like, but it looks really nice. This Coconut Simulator thing looks really, really nice. I spent money to do it. I'm watching. That's so incredibly fair. That's so valid. Bro, my friend just got monetized on YouTube. Hey yo. Like, hang on. Drop what I was about to say drop the link. This will eat it. What's their YouTube channel? You can shout them out here. I think that's permission that I'll specifically give to like the consistent people. And like 9 times out of 10, I'm like, don't shout out people. Don't plug things in my chat unless obviously I give permission. But You could go ahead. You could do this. you know. But that's awesome. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Especially because that's so. I'm not telling. Valid. You don't have to. um, because that's so hard to do now because they changed the requirements. Oh my gosh, guys, they're probably not comfortable with it. Oh yeah, absolutely. If they're not comfortable with it, if you're not comfortable with it for whatever reason, yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. You know. So I completely respect that. Um, but actually, me and my brother used to do a bunch of YouTube videos back in the day, and we hit like all of the requirements to get monetized. And then they changed the requirements to get monetized as we were setting that up. And it was like, no, we were so close. And then neither of us have ever hit it since then. Neither of us have been able to hit it since then. And it feels so upsetting. Cause we had like a video. I God, hang on. I'm gonna look this. No, I can't look this up. Hang on. I'm gonna freeze myself really quick. Bop. Wow, look at that. I'm frozen. I'm gonna see if I can find the video that like all like basically got us there. Oh my God, do I even remember the YouTube channel? Hang on. Cause they don't upload anymore. Hang on. Let's see if I can find this. Oh my gosh, wait, where is it? Oh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. We had a video that got 214K views. And then that's what got us almost there. And then freaking they changed the requirements, which is insane. I didn't realize it was that freaking high. Oh my gosh, a lot of our videos actually like cooked really hard. We have so many with over 1,000 views on it. Gosh darn. Anyway, sorry. That was just I kind of got distracted. I was going on a little memory lane trip. There we go. Camera's back on. Incredible. Incredible. Um they do Cookie Run Kingdom videos. That's so interesting. The Cookie Run King God, we're never going to play this game. But the Cookie Run Kingdom fandom's so weird because it's a fandom I never ever hear about, except it's apparently massive. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I never ever hear about the fandom itself, except for other people who aren't part of the fandom telling me how big it is, or that they know people who are a part of it. And it's like, I don't. I don't know. I've never. It feels like it's borderline like a secret, if that makes sense. Of like, it's something that I'm like, I'll never understand. It's funny because I do completely different videos than her. Oh, I mean that. Hey, listen, that's just that. That's how the cookie crumbles, you know. just because you're friends and stuff and both do videos, you know, you would do very different videos. Unless I'm like mistaken, I don't think. Granted, I also know truly nothing about Cookie Kingdom. I don't think they would be very similar to like these kind of like challenge runs that you're doing in games, especially like the harder ones, like the freaking Undertale one that you're telling us about last time. That's that was a terrible joke. Shut up. Shut up. I thought it was great. I thought it was amazing. Hang on. It's funny because I Tithe and Blood always gets interrupted. I think that's just whenever. I think that's the issue of my squirrel brain trying to do visual novel streams, is because I love reading visual novels, but I get so distracted so easily. But then when we're playing something like Silent Hill or Little Nightmares, yeah, I just hit the forward button. I fight a guy, I kill a guy, or the guy kills me while we're yapping. You know, it doesn't have to get there's nothing to really interrupt. You know, but then when we're doing visual novels, it's like the only way we're progressing is if I'm actively reading the words in front of me, which obviously I can't do if I'm directly talking to you guys in that moment. So it's like interesting little like differences between the different kinds of streams. There's someone I follow on Twitch who plays it. I follow them because she's gay and she plays visual novels, but she... You know what? The most valid reasons to do that. But she also does the cookie run thing. Rally. Obviously, don't type this all out if you don't want to. Could you explain what Cookie Run Kingdom is? Just like succinctly. Are you able to do that to people who don't understand it? Because I've even seen screenshots of it. I've even seen screenshots of the game, and it brought me no closer to, like, knowing what it is or why it's so popular or, like, why people love these gosh darn cookies so much. Like, I've seen... There's this game I want to play, but I've been seeing it going around, where it's like, oh, you guess who has more R34 art? And, like, one of the rules is, like, never underestimate the cookies. And it's like, it's so weird. I don't, it feels like something, this is like one of the few moments where I'm like, I feel so disconnected from a group, you know? Solution, mod chat into the game. You are so right. Oh my gosh, we should make a visual novel that's just the chat. Oh my gosh, that way, when I read the chat, we're progressing the story. That's, oh my gosh, you're incredible, incredible. I believe it's a gacha town builder. Oh, okay, okay. That, you know, that does actually make sense with the screenshots I've seen. Gambling cookie game. Excellent, beautiful. You know, to be fair, some of the cookies have, like, really cool designs. I will say that. Some of the cookies do have, like, really cool designs. I would definitely eat them. Anyways, on that note, let's get into the game, shall we? The trees ringing the cemetery lie bare. The winter's chill having seen to the leaves. With the grass field covered by frost, all to be seen are so many pillars of granite rising from the white snow. I'm going to move the cursor off the screen. The Asakawa family grave stands among them. On its side, 2 names are written. I lay my Why does it play multiple times? Why does it show it multiple times? Why? I hate. You know, I've been looking into getting some alerts commissioned, and the idea that I had for the hydrate. Oh, hang on. And the one that I have in mind for the hydrate is just like me getting jump scared. I thought that'd be really cute and something that only the people who like watch the streams would understand. So I thought it'd be a fun thing to do. I lay my vivid bouquet before it, before stepping back in solemn silence. Oh, my camera's actually kind of blocking off a little bit of the words. There we go. As if in response, a freezing breeze whistles through the bare, spindly branches around me. Another sound soon rings out across the quiet cemetery, the rhythmic tap of Tatiana's smart business shoes as she walks up beside me. Got bored of waiting? Something like that. She looks down to the freshly placed flowers on the grave, their colors out of place in the otherwise maudlin gray and white of our surroundings. Purple hyacinth.
花言葉は許し。娘さんがあんなに苦しんだからね。せめてこれだけでもと思って。
They mean forgiveness. It's the least I could do after all their daughter's been through. She gives a sullen nod before joining me and silently paying my respects. Perhaps seconds later, perhaps minutes, a family arrives and meets with the local priest. After exchanging pleasantries, he leads them off to another area of the cemetery, its graves newer than these. Even here, life continues on. You're a mage, aren't you?
なんとなく気づいてたんでしょ?
Something tells me you knew all along.
魔術師の直感というやつだな。
Call it a mage's intuition. I give a small smile in spite of myself. It doesn't last long.
ずっと疑っていたが、今ここではっきりさせておきたい。お前が偶然私たちの計画に加わったとは思えない。
I had my suspicions, but I want to deal with this now. I don't believe that you just happened to join us, Shino.
カオルと話しても、最近お前の話ばかりだ。カオルの目を欺けても、私には通用しない。お前の行動は矛盾ばかりだ。
Kaoru and I talk, often about you lately. You've pulled the wool over her eyes, but I can see that nothing about you makes
お
sense.
前は米原様が私たちを雇う数日前に仕事を求めてやってきた。根なし草なのにどういうわけか世界中を旅する金を持っていて、薫の過去を気にも留めない。
You ask us for work days before Yonohara hires us. Someone who's a plain drifter somehow has the money to travel around the world, and you don't bat an eye at Kaoru's past.
それは目をつぶるとしても、最後の失態だけは見過ごせなかった。
I could look beyond all that if not for one last slip-up.
私と薫がほのかの家から離脱した時、お前もあの場に戻ってきたばかりだった。
When I escaped from Honoka's house with Kaoru, I knew you'd only just returned yourself.
どうしてそう思ったの？
How did you figure that?
車内が冷えていたからだ。車を降りた時、車内はヒーターがついていて暖かかった。だが戻ると、お前はエンジンもかけていなかった。
The car was cold. The heating had been on when we got out of it, so the ignition hadn't even been turned on until we returned. What an interesting way for like her to be outed is because the car wasn't turned on. Weird.
何回やってもエンジンがかからなかったって言ったら信じてくれる？
Would you believe the car took a few tries to start again?
嘘が下手だな。
You're a terrible liar.
練習が足りなかったかな。
Guess I'm out of practice. I give a long breath in defeat. As usual, the cloud of condensation never comes forth. Of all the places to have this conversation, perhaps this one is darkly appropriate.
私の魔術は魂を他のものに定着させることでね。前の体と身元はとっくに埋葬されてて、魂だけを私が作った器に移してる。何度も何度も新しい体に転移してきた。今の体もその一つ。
My magic talent is soul asphyxiation. My old body and identity were buried long ago, only for my soul to be inserted into a vessel I'd made. Over and over, I've shifted myself into new bodies, including the one that I'm in now.
おかしいよね。前は嘘をつかなきゃいけないことばかりで、ずっと嘘をついてた。それこそ、息を吐くようにね。
It's funny, I used to lie all the time, given my circumstances basically required it. I lied so often it came completely naturally.
ならなぜやめた？
Why stop then?
道徳的に。と言いたいところだけど、そうじゃないの。
As much as I'd like to say I found my morals, it's not that.
生きる意味を見つけたから。正確には自分で作った。
I found a point in life, or rather I made one.
人間って面白いよね。嘘をつくと何もかもつまらなくなっちゃう。ゲームをつまらなくするチートコードみたいにさ。
Humans are fascinating. Lying trivialized it all, like a cheat code that made the game less interesting.
お前はもう自分を人間だと思っていないのか？強い魔術師は人間らしさを維持しようとあがくものだが、それをただ捨てたと。
You just don't consider yourself human anymore. Powerful mages tie themselves into knots to retain their sense of humanity, but you've just shrugged that off?
そりゃ、何世代も生きたら自分の経験が普通の人間のものとは全く違うって思うよ。
There's only so many generations you can pass before you realize your experiences are nothing like a normal human's anymore. I look up to the oldest part of the cemetery, just a few rows over. Yonohara's emptiness is the same as what I feel, the same that Honoka feels.
人間は死を恐れるけど、その死こそ人間を人間たらしめている。悲しいパラドックスだよね。
Humans fear mortality, but it's mortality that makes us human. A sad paradox, isn't it?
だからこの件に関わろうとしたのか。
So that's why you wanted in on this job. I give a simple nod.
似てるんだよね。昔の私とほのかちゃん。あの子は 他の人より高く飛べたのに、絶望に飲まれてしまってた。あまりに多くを失って、生きる意味を見出せなくなってた。
I saw myself in her, someone who could soar above the others only to lose themselves to despair, who lost so much that they didn't see the point anymore.
うつ病が辛いのは悲しいからじゃない。苦しいのは悲しみが欠けてしまったから。いずれ涙も出なくなる。幸せもない。本当に何もないの。悲しみよりも深い虚しさが残るだけ。
Depression isn't painful because of the sadness. It's painful because of its absence. There are no tears after a while. No happiness either. Just nothing. A hollow more painful than any sadness.
誰も口にしないのはもう一つの部分。心の中から湧き上がってくる闇。闇は人を蝕み、壊そうとする毒。毒に蝕まれれば、不公平な世界への怒りへと変わる。
What people don't talk about is the other part, the darkness that wells up inside. It's a poison that eats at you, destroys you, that twists itself into rage at an unfair world.
私も感じたことがある。あなたを退けたほのかちゃんに、その怒りを感じたの。
I felt that. Honoka did too when she fought you off.
だから、ほのかちゃんに証明したかった。この世界には生きる価値があるって。どんなに欠点だらけでも、誰も見限るべきじゃないと思ったから。
I guess that I wanted to prove to her that there's something worth living for. That for all our faults, we shouldn't give up on others.
うまくいったのか？
Did you succeed?
ダメだった。
No, I didn't.
お前のせいじゃないし、他の誰のせいでもない。人生とは、正しいと思ったことをすべて成しても、時に失敗するものだ。
That's not your fault, nor anyone else's. Life means failing sometimes, even if we did everything we thought was right. She runs a hand through her hair, perhaps pulling herself out of the situation for a moment to reflect.
改めて言うが、私はお前を説教できる立場ではない。それにしても、お前が何世代も上とは信じられん。
Then again, I'm in no position to lecture you. It's hard to believe you're entire lifetimes older than I am.
よく言われる。
I get that a lot.
どうやら、私は風変わりなはぐれ者を拾う癖があるらしい。
I seem to have a habit. I seem to have a habit of picking up peculiar strays. Act 3, Scene 5. At the edge of nowhere. Peak idea for an idiot. Oh, thank you for the redeem idea. Press F to pay respects. Imagine you're actually in a cemetery one day. You're like visiting like you're out there visiting with like some people, like, you know, and stuff like that. And then you're just sitting there like hands together, like looking very respectful and like very what's the word? Reverent. And then you're like, press F to pay respects. And it's like, how long do you think you have before you get kicked out of that group? Lore, damn it, it's hard to find a favorite character. It keeps changing. That's the thing. My heart specifically belongs to Karu, but I think Shino is a better written character, but I also love her. The way I was actually talking to Tracy about it, the way I put it is that my love for these characters, like Karu's like a 10, my love for Shino's like a 9.9, but I think Shino is like the better written character essentially, because she's so well written. It is really hard. It's so hard to pick a favorite. So I completely understand that. Because yeah, no, Shino is so good. And even then, like, I feel like I'm taking it, like, Tatiana was also there. She was also, like, again, so many good parts of, like, that scene came from her. So it's like, the characters are too good. I'm an amazing liar. Trust me, I once gaslighted my friend into thinking I was colorblind for a week. So I don't want to, like, downplay what you did there. But I feel like gaslighting someone into thinking that you're colorblind is probably like one of the easier things to gaslight someone into, because it's like it's just you being like, oh my gosh, I don't see like this color yet, blah, 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 you know. I feel like that one's not the hardest thing to do. But I support lying. Nice. Listen, sometimes you gotta do it for good reasons, like a bit. What like? Why else? Boo! Don't give me that sap. I'd like to see your magic deal with a Glock. I wonder. Well, unironically, because like, I wonder if she needs to do her magic specifically when she's alive already. Like, did she just do her magic for the first time when she like ended up getting really old, or did her body die and then her soul was just able to just move over? You know what I mean? So like, if like you did end up shooting like this vessel and killing this vessel of Shino's, would she then just like turn into a ghost essentially until she could find somewhere else to affix herself to? I wonder if that's how it would happen. I forgot this was a cemetery. Good job, good job. Humans are a paradox in itself. Ah, that was so deep. Honoka didn't really fight her off. She tried and got her ass whooped. It was kind of more of like her flailing wildly while Tatiana tried to calm things down, and then she got shot, you know? So it wasn't really, like you said, it wasn't really much of a fight. It was just kind of flailing about. I idly swing my legs to and fro as I sit at the counter in Tatiana's bar, browsing websites on my phone while barely registering what's actually on the screen. I don't make much of a barfly. Does that just mean, like, you're just sitting around watching people? Like, what does that mean? I've never heard of a barfly before. I think I'll leave this scene to the pros like Tatiana. What does a barfly mean? A person who spends much time drinking in bars. Okay, well, you know what? Fair enough. Again, pretty self-explanatory. Idly swinging my legs is fun. I, too, like to idly swing my legs to and fro as I sit. It's a good time. In a brief moment of focus, I look at the date at the top of the screen. Honoka's hospital stay will be ending in a few days. Whether to visit her afterwards to make sure she gets back on her feet is an idea I've talked myself into and out of constantly. A movement from the corner of my eye makes me look to Tatiana, my companion cleaning the various nozzles and utensils to prepare for the night customers. Most of the time I see her here, she's cleaning something or another. Listen, if you have time to lean, you have time to clean. Everything has to be perfect in her little slice of the world.
で、タチアナはどう思ってんの？好きな人のために過去の世界へなんてロマンチックじゃない？
So, what do you think about it all? Doesn't it sound romantic going back in time for your lover?
そういう考えには興味がない。なぜか、人へに歯の治療だ。
Can't say I care much for the idea. One word, dentistry.
は？
Huh?
みんな過去に戻りたいと言うが、遠い歴史の時代に生きるのはどうかな。楽しそうだが、それも歯に問題が生じるまでだ。現代の歯科技術がなければ、一転苦痛の時代と変わる。
You know, I can't say that like dentistry is specifically something I've ever thought of being a problem. Like, I thought of it like as an issue, like, well, you know, back in the day, you didn't have like dentists and stuff like that. That's why people would like actually die from like tooth diseases and stuff like that. But no, this is all just incredibly fair points. Everyone says they want to go back in time to go live in some historical period, but that's the answer I'd give. It's all fun and games until you have any problem with your teeth. Without modern dentistry, that's a whole world of pain.
そりゃ気分いいものじゃないだろうけど、
Ugh.
最悪でも歯を抜けばいいでしょ？
This is a terrible answer, Shino. I guess that's not great, but worst comes to worst, they could just yank the tooth out.
手術で麻酔が使われ始めたのは1804年。ペニシリンが発見されたのは1928年。1938年とする説もある。
Anesthetic was only used here in 1804, and penicillin wouldn't be discovered until 1928. Or 1938, depending on who you asked.
私が言いたいのは、古い時代の人生は苦痛に満ち、人々は往々にして短命だったということだ。もちろん、現代を擁護するつもりはないが、過去の時代より過ごしやすいのは間違いない。
My point is, life was painful and often short. Sure, I won't defend everything about the modern world, but it's a damn sight better to live in than older times. I'll say that much.
そういえばさ、タチアナは自分のことを一度も教えてくれたことなかったよね。昔はどんな風だったの？
You know, you never did tell me about yourself. What was your past like?
知り合ってそれなりに経つが、どう思う？
You've known me for a while now. What do you think?
ちょっと王子っぽいよね。
Gotta admit, I have you pegged as a bit of a princeling.
最初で当てるとはな。
Got it, first time.
私はロシアの金持ちにありがちな家に生まれ、甘やかされてきた。モスクワで生まれ、乳母をつけられ、名門校に通い、休暇を品のいい別荘で過ごす。お決まりの暮らしね。将来、プロのバレリーナとなるべく、レッスン好きの毎日だった。
I was your typical Russian rich, spoiled brat. Grew up in Moscow with a nanny, fancy school, nice dacha, the works. My future as a professional ballerina was all worked out for me, constant classes included.
そりゃすごい。じゃあ、そのブルジョワお嬢が何もかも投げ出して札幌でバーをやるきっかけは何だったの？
Sounds nice. What made you give all that up to run a bar in Sapporo then?
子供の頃は幸せだった。私が知る唯一の世界は贅沢で大敗的なシャボン玉で包まれているようなものだった。だが成長するにつれて視界の端に何かがちらつき始めた。何かがおかしいという違和感。
Sorry, Tatiana. Just so you know, even if I'm not responding to chat right now, I am still reading it as we're going. So if you ever hear me go hee 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 hee, and there's nothing funny happening on screen, it's probably because I'm laughing at you guys in chat. I was perfectly happy at first. The only world I knew was the reality inside my luxuriously decadent bubble. As I grew up, though, I started noticing things out of the corner of my eye, things that didn't quite fit.
両親がある話題に触れるときだけ声を潜めること。行方不明になる人々。運転手付きの車で通学する最中に窓の外を流れ過ぎていた貧しい暮らし。それらが針となり、一つまた一つとシャボン玉に刺さっていく。
The hushed whispers my parents would use when they talked about certain things. People going missing, the everyday suffering I blithely walked past, on my way to my chauffeured car. One prick at that bubble, then another, then another.
10代になり、ようやくその矛盾はどこから来るのか調べたいという好奇心が生まれた。なぜ私はこんなにも裕福なのに。
Flowey, I think you called it again. As a teen, I finally worked up the curiosity to look into those inconsistencies. Why I was so wealthy when others weren't.
それがご両親に何か関係が？
Your parents were connected to something. She finally stops wiping the counter and puts the cloth away, giving me her attention.
ソ連が崩壊すると、あらゆる国や企業がその残骸に飛びついた。ショック療法。経済学者たちはそう呼んだ。
When the Soviet Union fell, all sorts of countries and companies swooped in on the remains. Shock therapy, that's what the economists called it.
実態はただの略奪だがな。帝国という死骸から肉をむしり取ろうとハゲタカが押し寄せてきたのだ。
Simple looting is what it was. Vultures tearing meat from the carcass of an empire.
国の者たちだけではなかった。国内の有力者も率先して加わった。貧しい者は貧しいまま、金持ちは想像を絶するほどの富を手に入れた。
It wasn't only foreigners either. Everyone joined in the frenzy, including well-connected locals. The poor stayed poor while the rich became unimaginably wealthy.
ご両親もそうだったんだね。
And your parents were among them? She gives a nod as her brow furrows.
その時、シャボン玉が弾け、私は世界の本当の姿を目の当たりにした。祖国でも魔術師の待遇は悪いが、私たちは裕福な魔術師だ。不穏な噂は噂である限り 金で解決させた。
That was when the bubble popped, and I saw the world for what it truly was. Mages don't get a good deal there, but we were wealthy mages. As long as that inconvenient detail was kept to whispers, we could wash it away with
あ
cash.
の生活を裏で支えていたものを知ってからは、自分の手が血で汚れているように思えてならなかった。それで関わりのあるものをすべて焼き払い、この地で新しい生活を始めたというわけだ。
Once I realized why I had the life I did, I felt I had blood on my hands. I burned all my bridges and started a new life here.
というわけで、別に悲しい過去があるわけじゃない。金持ちの子供が両親に金を突き返しただけだ。ほのかには同情するが、私は自分の意志で両親を失った。
So, there you have it. Not exactly a tragic past. Just some rich kid throwing their parents' money back in their faces. I feel sorry for Honoka and all, but I basically lost my parents by choice. Satisfied she's covered everything, she pulls a bottle from behind the counter and begins pouring it into a small glass she plucks from above. This feels weird. This is like... It feels like Act 2 had sort of like the climax of like... I guess like sort of like the physical climax. Like obviously there's still like more emotion that needs to be like taken care of, specifically with like Honoka and everything. But this like feels like such a... Everything was like building to the end of Act 2, where things that kind of like are like ramping kind of back down to like a very like neutral sort of state, where normally like when you get to like Act 3 of a story, that's like when things have like ramped up to like their fullest and like things are like, you know, going towards the end. This more feels like, again, it more like we've fallen back more into like a neutral state, which I don't think is like an issue or anything. It's just kind of something that just like kind of pricked in like the corner of my head as like, again, this scene and the scene before that, and like even like the scenes of Honoka at the hospital, like are very much so like they kind of feel more like, especially like the hospital scenes, like that feels a lot like, you know, like the falling action part of the story, and then again this kind of goes back into a neutral state, if anything, because like obviously this is like building like the characters, like teaching us about like the characters, like their motivations and everything, like why, like especially like Tatiana here, like this is the first time we're actually learning about her past. Like what her past by herself really is, because we've heard like inklings of the past because of like how she's like connected to like Kaoru and everything, but like we haven't really heard about like what's her story, how did she get here specifically, essentially, if that makes sense. This feels like a filler episode. I don't think I'd say that, but I could almost see why you would think that after again like how high Act 2 got to like kind of like again like to simmer down a bit, which I don't think like any of this is like bad or anything like that, or even like uninteresting. Like I'm really liking everything that we're going about. Again, that was just a thought that came into the back of my mind of like it doesn't really feel like we're like building back towards that climax. It feels like the climax is done and we're just kind of like it almost feels like an epilogue, if that makes sense right now. That's kind of how it feels. No, like a better analogy, it would be like this is the filler episodes after the previous season finale. I feel like maybe like calling again like just being like it's like the epilogue of like the season finale kind of feels a little bit more like it. Like to use a very recent example, spoilers for Stranger Things, I guess, for people who care and haven't watched it yet. In the final episode of that, it was the split into like an hour was like the story being concluded, and then an hour was like the epilogue and just like seeing what all the characters were doing and like resolving all of that, those kinds of things. This kind of feels like the second half of that episode, if that makes sense. But it's weird because I'm pretty sure that we still, based on just how long the other acts were, we still have like a good couple scenes left of this, you know? And obviously the story's not done because we still have to like, you know, conclude Honoka's story specifically. Satisfied she's covered everything, she pulls a bottle from behind the counter and begins pouring it into a small glass she plucks from above. Knowing this also makes her answer to traveling back in history more logical, not many would want to go back to a country's collapse, nor the rough days of the wars. Or the days of the SARS, for that matter.
理にかなってるとは思うけど、だからってなんで全部ほっぽり出してバーを始めるわけ?
See, I know all about the SARS from Fate Grand Order. That's despite being in an AP World History class and doing incredible in the... Sure, I failed the test, but that's because I'm a terrible test taker. But I did incredible in the class. I still feel like I've learned so much more about history from watching Fate. The only issue is I had an example off the top of my head But obviously sometimes like Fate's telling you like historical facts, sometimes it's just wrong because they change like the historical events to match up more like with the story that they want to tell. And sometimes they are just wrong. And I had an example, but I just lost it. But I've always just thought that fact is funny. Oh, trust me, I know Conformity Gate's fault. Conformity Gate was so funny. God, I know I just said that we're not gonna like talk to chat or anything until the end of the scene, but whatever. We can get into this. We can get into this right now. What's a Dark Winter stream without a long tangent in the middle of something important? I thought that whole thing was so funny because unironically, I saw what like the people who believed in it. I never believed in it. I'll just say that right now. No part of me ever believed in it, but I saw why people did because there were so like layers and layers and layers of like things that all pointed towards it, and I was like, oh yeah, like this is actually kind of making sense. Like I think it's wrong, and I don't think it's like good to hold on to this like, excuse me, sorry, onto like this kind of hope or anything. But like I understand why people are thinking this. Also, imagine having a season finale that's like so poorly received that because it is like the diehardest fans of Conformity Gate who like the diehard fans of Stranger Things were the ones who believed in like Conformity Gate the most. But it's like does that not feel just like so insulting if you are like the writer and everything of like your season finale is so bad that the diehard fans think it's a fake ending? You know what I mean? How do you not look at that and go, ooh, hey, hello, other Duffer brother. I almost said Russo brother. Hey there, Duffer brother other. Maybe, ooh, we messed up pretty bad. Maybe we should make another episode. This Conformity Gate idea is pretty good, except people would be so pissed, and I would too. The idea that entire because like the way the theory was breaking down is that Vecna, the main villain of the show, basically had the characters all trapped in a dream. But then the way that a lot of the theories were like breaking it down is like the characters would have had to have been in a dream for like a couple of episodes, essentially. Would have had to have been in the dream for a couple of freaking episodes for like the theory to work out as well as it should. And it's like, oh no, you really don't want to do that in a season that most people don't really like that much, to then go ahead and tell them that like any of those episodes were like a waste of time and didn't happen would have been the worst decision like any company could have made, especially because like people were charged $35 a ticket to go see that in theaters, and I didn't go see it. And like granted, I love Stranger Things, like I was planning to go see it before like the season actually dropped. Like I was planning the whole thing with like my family and like a friend, like she was gonna come with us. The friend who I was doing like the big Stranger Things rewatch with, because we're both huge Stranger Things fans. But then the tickets just sold out instantly. But again, the fact that like if my family of 6 and my one friend went, I think that would have been like two. Hang on, I'm doing quick mental math. 70, 140, 210. 35. It would have been like around like $270, something like that. Like imagine if like my family had like spent that much money to go see the season finale. This is good background music. This is incredible background music. This is such a chill vibe, unironically. This is like primo just chatting music, unironically. So hey Flower, you picked the perfect time. You picked the perfect time to distract me. I'm blaming you, by the way. I blame you. So like if people had spent over like 200 almost, because again, think about the average family. Like even if like the average family was like 4 people, that's still $140 plus tax and fees to go buy it. You know what I mean? OMG, Twice gave me only 30 seconds of ads. OMG? Wait, is that a good thing? Like, what do you mean Twice gave me only 30 seconds of ads? Like, you got 30 seconds of ads, they ended, and then bam, here's another instance of 30 seconds of ads? Is that what you mean? Twitch? Yeah. Anyways. I'm so good at this. But yeah, no, it would have been a horrible decision. It would have been a horrible decision. Granted, I would have laughed really hard, is the thing. Because I don't think it would have happened. I think it would have been a cheap way to, like, kind of do the series and everything. But after how much I did not like that last season, like, borderline at all, outside of, like me and a friend, like, kind of, like, the same friend who I watched it all with, we kind of broke it down for, like, 5 straight hours one night of, like, all the issues we have with the season. And here's the thing. That was like my 4th conversation with someone about like all the problems of that season. And this 5-hour discussion that I had with this friend were all new problems that I hadn't talked about before, is the thing. And so like when we were breaking it down, I realized I think I like maybe like 5 or 6 scenes in this entire season total is the issue. But I would have giggled pretty hard if Conformity Gate was real. I would have laughed really hard, because again, of just how blatantly terrible of a decision it is. It would have been really funny. I got 30 seconds instead of 2 minutes. Oh, weird. You know, the Twitch gods are just loving you. They're just loving you right now. So take it and run. Anyways, let's get back to this. That all makes sense, but why run from all that to start a bar?
魔術師は世間から切り離されがちな。米原様を見て自分もいつかああなるのかと思ってな。魔術であれ、金であれ、力のある者が得てしてああなるものだろう。
Hang on, I see new things in the chat that I need to respond to. Hot take, I thought the Stranger Things finale was fine. My take on it is also that it's fine. I think that the last episode is the best episode in the season. And like the way I kind of break it down is that I think everything from the start till them taking down Vecna and the Mind Flayer, I think is pretty bad. I think it's like a very, very lackluster finale. There's like no stakes at play. The way that everything's shaking down doesn't really make a whole lot of sense either once you actually start like looking at a lot of things. But I really like the epilogue. I've seen so many people complain about the epilogue being too long, and I'm like, I don't think it is. We have like 1 billion characters, like, and we're giving resolutions to like most of them. Like, obviously, like not all the characters are getting resolutions or anything. Like I feel like the second half of the episode hit like every emotional beat that I would have really asked for from the finale, which I wasn't expecting. Like, I will be like the biggest vocalist detractor of season 5, but the second half of that episode was still like good enough that like it made me emotional. There were like 3 separate points during the finale where I almost started crying, which is something that the rest of the show combined wasn't able to do, you know? So I do agree with you on that the season finale itself was fine. I have never watched Stranger Things. I could never get past episode 3. That's crazy. That's like, I think, to me, season 1 is like a borderline perfect season of TV. I do have issues with it. I do have issues. Like 3-ish. I think when I was like thinking it over, I was like, I have like 3 primary issues with it, but none of them are really that big. And then I'm probably season 2's biggest fan, because most people either look at it as like it's just good, or they look at it as like the worst season, you know? Whereas I'm like, no, it's so good. There's so many incredible aspects to it. I don't like season 3 at all. I have that hot take of like, I don't really like season 3. Granted, I mean, I say that at all. I think season 3 has some really strong elements to it. I thought season 3 was fucking dog shit. I love you. I love you. Thank you. The only person in human history who's ever agreed with me being like, I think season 3's not good. Again, it has some really good elements to it. Like, I love everything that happens with Will in that season, because that's always what sticks out to the top of my head as like good things from it. Like, I love everything to do with Will in season 3. I am hard pressed to find any compliments past that point. Like, there's a couple, unironically, a couple of the action scenes I do like to compare it to the finale. I felt so much more emotion and tension and stress in the episode 2 or 3 fight when Eleven was fighting Billy than when like the entire Mind Flare climax, that whole thing. Like, I was like, that's a really well done, like, tense action scene and stuff like that. I feel like they actually like captured a lot of tension, specifically when like when the big flesh amalgamation thing is attacking them in the cabin. I think that scene of itself is like really good. Sorry, I'll shut up about Stranger Things. No, we can keep talking. Because, listen, you just unlocked a box. But outside of like liking all of the Will stuff and then liking again how like 2 action scenes were handled, beyond that point, I don't think that there's really anything good about Stranger Things season 3. I think ZZZ, that was the last couple of streams we did, silly. I hate myself. Because like so many people are like, oh my gosh, I love like how goofy and silly it gets. Like it feels like a summer blockbuster instead. I'm like, I hate that aspect of it. I hate that it took this and like really like the way I describe it is like it's really grounded and a really intimate show that feels like just genuine. Like it feels like the Duffer Brothers were just like genuinely, they had like all these characters that they wanted to flesh out, that they loved, that they wanted to like be expressed and like shown on screen. Like the story was like constantly like it felt so natural and like well developed and like moving. And then in season 3 they start doing like bits and I'm like, oh no, this feels again like it feels too much like a summer blockbuster, which is nothing at all like how the show started. So it's like, I think borderline, I think if you love Stranger Things season 3 as like, you put it up as like the best one, I feel like that almost means that you don't like season 1 and 2 that much, if that makes sense, which is like fine, but that's kind of like how I have to like make sense of it in my brain, because it borderline becomes a because it borderline becomes a different show. And I think the easiest way you can see that is not only on how the season starts. If it starts off explaining to you exactly what's going on, you understand everything that is happening in the plot the moment the show starts. There's no mystery to it. All the characters are horrifically flanderized, especially like, dude, Hopper and Joyce are like two of my favorite characters on like all of television. And in season 3, and I feel so bad because David Harbour literally went, I never want, like in season 2, he had an interview where he said, I never want them to turn Hopper into the dumb, fat, idiot cop. And that is exactly what happened to him in season 3. He lost, especially because like season 3 ends with so much emotional maturity coming from Hopper, and he's such a well-developed, well-realized character. And then he just turns into the generic sitcom dad. He's stupid, he's loud, he's angry, he's annoying, like all this stuff. He's like, wow, they really just said screw all of his nuance and character, and we're like, we'll just latch on to like 1 or 2 traits that he had for a little bit before he developed out of it. That's good writing, right? And that's like how like all of the characters feel like that to some degree, outside of like literally Will and Billy. But like he has it, I think, by far the worst. It's such a bad season of a TV show. So thank you so much for being on my side, because so many other people I've met do not agree. I hate the plot armor Hopper had. Oh my gosh, I'm like, you just made me like lean back in my chair, because like this is like activating my brain so hard in like the worst ways. The way that entire thing is handled between season 3 and 4 of somehow Hopper even survives that is the most illogical nonsense I've ever seen. It's this huge emotional goodbye, oh my gosh, and then season 4 starts and it's like, oh no, it's actually really easy to survive what he went through. He just had to jump down. He just had to get out of the way. Why didn't he just do that at the end of banning an in-game action talking about Stranger Things? Okay, hang on. Oh shoot, wrong thing. I hit the wrong button. Hang on. Oh, we have to rest. Oh, well. It's not in-game, it's out of game. Well, you know what? We'll count it. Here. 5-minute timer has started. For the next 5 minutes, we can't talk about Stranger Things. After that, free game, baby. anyways, let's get back into the game. Oh.
私を現実の世界につなぎ止めてくれる。探偵の仕事もそうだ。カオルも自分がその一部を追っていると気づいていると思う。
This place keeps me tethered to the real world. Same for the detective work. As for Kaoru, I think she knows that she's a part of that too. At the mention of Kaoru, her eyes glanced towards something stuck behind one of the pillars. I've seen her look toward it once or twice before, but couldn't figure out what it was at the time. She stuck a photo of Kaoru behind there. Knowing Tatiana, I doubt she let her know that. That's really cute. That's actually really, really cute. Stop it. I can't ship Kaoru with Tatiana because I ship myself with her too much. Stop. You're an item, aren't you? Don't you just hate it? don't you just hate it when the fictional character's in a relationship with someone else, so you can't have them? SMH my head. For better or worse, wondered when you'd work that out. I stuffed down my smile at her attempt to play it cool. To be fair, though, I actually really do like them together. A glass suddenly slides over the polished counter towards me. The pale yellow hue and sweet smell hints at a citrus liquor inside. I wonder how she knew that I like sweet liquors such as this. Assuming they are mono. That, you know what? You're not incorrect. I still have a chance. Guess you don't work as a bartender for so long without picking up a few tricks.
さて、つまらない話を聞いてくれて礼を言う。
Here, for listening to me ramble.
お礼を言わなきゃいけないのはこっち。職なし、家なしの私を受け入れてくれてるんだもん。
I feel like I should be the one saying thanks. You didn't have to let this unemployed drifter join you two, you know?
新聞に広告を出しているわけじゃない。お前は私たちのしていることをすべて把握していた。それが都合が良かっただけだ。
We didn't exactly put an ad in the paper. The fact that you knew what we did at all said you were a perfect fit.
この店は雑居ビルの一軒に過ぎない。私たちの探偵業は知るべきものだけが知っている。
This bar is just another in the tower, and only those who need to know about our detective work do.
ちゃんと看板を出してみたら？二人のこと知ったら依頼したいって思う人増えるんじゃない？
Why not put a sign out front? You might get more business if more people knew what you did.
得意客には私たちがあまり知られていないことを気に入っているものが多い。
Our clientele tends to prefer that we aren't well known, to put it one way. She makes a fair point. As she gets back to her cleaning at the counter, I throw back the drink before me. It's certainly not highbrow. I savor the sugary taste and distinctly alcoholic burn as it washes down my throat. Looking back to the glass, I swish around the remaining dregs as I let the flavor linger. It's a shame how short a nice drink lasts. Just one more gulp and it'll be gone. And all that'll be left is the momentary enjoyment it gave me. She just described food in general. That is exactly what she did. Hey, Shino.
ここに長くとどまる気はないんだろう。
You're not planning to stick around, are you? She reads me like a book. Not that my wistful pondering would exactly be hard to notice.
物には執着しないたちなの。手放す方が楽でしょ。
I don't get attached to much. It's just easier to let things go. Said as much to myself as her, the words hang in the air. They take on an unintended note of melancholy. I thought I was long used to this by now.
私たちよりはるかに長く生きているなら執着し続けるのは面倒だろうな。
I suppose when you'll live so much longer than us, keeping attachments is only trouble.
それでも
Still. We're broken from our reverie by the bar door opening. Maybe I'll have a chat with tonight's first patron to take my mind off things. Is it my bestie? Is it my nope, definitely. What was that? Did you guys? Was that the game? Did you guys hear that? What was that? What was that jingle that just played in my brain? What was that? Hang on, was that the game? No, it wasn't. What the freak? Oh, that was the timer's never made a sound before. The timer's never made a sound before. I didn't know it did that. Gosh darn it. I am the most easily startled little weasel that you've ever gosh darn seen. That is absolutely me. I've never seen anyone be as easily startled as I am. Oh, that was terrible. I thought something was happening on the stream. Anyways. So I think like what the issue that I have going into season 4 from how like terrible season 3 was is like I remember what the freak just happened. Hang on. I remember it being like a lot better than it was, and then when I was rewatching it, hang on. I have a sneeze coming on. Anyways, I don't think it's coming. I don't think it's coming anymore. Um, is like I remember liking it a lot, but then rewatching it, me and my friends found so many plot holes throughout the show, and I frankly I can't remember. I can't tell if those are good or oh yep nope chaos. I think that's good. I think that's good. um, we found a lot of plot holes throughout it, and I can't remember off the top of my head. But it was getting to the point of like we didn't notice this many plot holes through the rest of the show up until like season 5 when we were watching it. We're like, but it's like it's fine, it's fine. It's like not that big of a deal. Like as long as like it's still like fun and it hits those like emotional beats, like it will still be satisfied. It'll be fine. But then as we were watching through it, we were like not getting hit that hard. And I think the biggest one that like really uninvested both of us was Eddie. Both of us remember really loving Eddie during like the first time like when the season first came out. But then when you like rewatch it, he's like barely in it, and his character arc doesn't really make that much sense. Because like the biggest issue I have with that whole thing is that his whole like character arc shtick is about like not running away, about like being the fact that he's like a coward and stuff. But the only issue is that the story doesn't actually provide any alternate course for him to take essentially during like the earlier scenes. Like in the scene where like Vecna kills Chrissy, it's like what else was he supposed to do? he doesn't have the powers or means necessary to do anything about it. And so like he literally watched her die and was like, "Oh god, there's like a ghost in here killing people or something. I should go." And it's like, "Yeah, no duh, that is in fact what you should objectively do in that moment." Him sticking around, there's no reason like that the story is given as to why he should stay. Like if the story gave like him some way of saving her and instead he chose to save himself, that's totally fine. That would actually lend itself to the arc he has. And then when like he's being like stalked and attacked by like the bullies and everything, they come at him and he runs away from them again. And he calls himself a coward for that as well. But it's like again like, what are you supposed to do when you're being hunted down by people like that? You know what I mean? And like all he can really do is like hunker down and like wait for like this thing to be solved or help them solve it, which he does end up doing. Like him confronting these bullies and like fighting them or whatever alternate course of action he could take there doesn't actually do anything. That doesn't stop people from feeling shame. No, here's the thing. I think it's fair that like Eddie feels these emotions. I think that's fair, but I feel like that's separate from like the themes that they're trying to like explore with him, where they're trying to actually like explore like the themes of like his like cowardice and opposed to like being like a hero and like all that kind of stuff. So like I feel like it's like fair for what he's feeling, but I also don't feel like they did a good enough job of exploring these fears and like these shames that he's having. It's just kind of like a thing that kind of gets brought up a couple of times, and then they just kind of move past it, and then he goes out and fights the Demobats for like truly no reason. And I'm so glad it got brought up in season 5 that like that sacrifice was like borderline meaningless and like didn't actually help anything. Because like in my brain I remember that happening where he goes out to like distract like the flock of Demobats, and I was like, oh, that's because they were like heading back to the house to get like Steve, Nancy, and Robin. But it's like, no, they were fine. They got it. They're okay. They're all good. And like stuff like that. So it was kind of like a very, like it didn't do anything. He sacrificed himself for nothing. And again, they brought it up in season 5, but they didn't do much with the idea. They just kind of brought it up again. And I'm like, I guess it's like kind of fine because again, Eddie's out of the story. I just wanted like wanted a little bit more done there. Because again, I absolutely agree again with what you're saying, Riley. If it's like natural for Eddie to feel those things, I just don't feel like they really explored it as much as they should. Again, it just felt like things that they were like bringing up until he stopped being a character. Essentially, was oops, kill me. Hey, listen, we're almost done because I feel like that's like really all. I guess the only other thing I really have to say about season 4 is I just absolutely agree with everyone that ever said. My eye just went really small right there. That was weird. Ever since season 4, I mean, ever since season 3, it feels too much like a Marvel movie. It kind of, why is my eye doing that? I'm not tweaking, I promise. I've never done anything bad. I regret telling you it was the timer. To be fair, I was keeping an eye on it. Last time I looked at it, we only had a minute and a half left on it because I was ready for the spiel to start again. And the Marvelification of it doesn't go away after season 3. It sticks around really hard in season 4. So like it's really hard for me to like feel like season 1 and 2 I feel like are like only scary if you don't watch horror things. But like I like as a view as like someone who is like not really that scared of it because I like again I consume horror all the time. I was like still able to watch season 1 and 2 and be like I see how people are scared of this, you know what I mean? Whereas in season 4 like it kind of tries to go back into the horror, but really all they do is like some things of like people wearing some makeup to look like zombies and corpses and stuff like that. I'm like this really isn't scary unless like you're scared of that specifically, I feel. So like it lost a lot of like what I feel made it never really got back what made Stranger Things feel like Stranger Things. It has like such a unique feeling for a show. And despite the fact that like I feel like season 4 was an attempt at like course correction, I feel like it was a very like flaccid one. Anyways, I feel like that's all I have to say. Demogorgon on my hear me out list. Next question. There's a lot of teeth. There's a lot of teeth on the Demogorgon. I don't know about that. but you know, to each Mind Flare though, absolutely. 10 out of 10. Anyways, here let's read some of the other stuff that was put into chat before we move back on. I like Will's character development throughout the entire show, honestly. No, I agree. Again, the fact that like in season 3 they brought up the fact that he lost so much of his childhood and really didn't get that much of a chance to be like his own real person in the first 2 seasons. Again, impeccable stuff. The only good part about that entire season. Hang on, there's a lot of things that we have up here. Wait, hang on. Don't you ever like to pretend that blood is ketchup? I mean, ketchup is blood. No, personally, I don't. I haven't really done that much since I was a kid, if I'm being honest. Actually, she's right. They didn't need to brush their teeth because they didn't have as many soft foods. I mean, they still did, but a big issue with like, I'm sorry, I'm going back so far in these conversations to pull like from chat because I want to like read and respond to people and stuff like that. But like a big thing is like because it still causes a lot of bad stuff to happen to your teeth by simply not brushing them in a lot of ways. And so like eating and getting stuff like in your teeth, like a lot of people died incredibly young in the olden days because of stuff like teeth infections that would happen from like not having like good dental hygiene. That's why it's still so important nowadays, despite all our other like medical advances, is because like you can get diseases from your teeth that kill you really, really easily. So it was like a huge killer, again in the olden days. Oh, so she's like bootleg Black Widow. This is really hard to say. Bootleg Black Widow with Doctor Strange. I don't really feel like it's that because like isn't like Black Widow's entire thing that she was like a trained assassin from the time she was a little girl as she was like being like mind controlled and all that kind of stuff. I feel like the main thing that they have in common is that they're Russian. Oh, so you're a spoiled bitch. Got your parent? No, that part didn't happen. That part didn't happen. Anyways, I think that got us through a lot of that stuff. SMH my head. You literally said shaking my head. Okay, here's the thing. You can blame some of my wait, hang on. That's what I like about them? Do you mean the teeth? You like the teeth? That's what you like about them? I mean, listen. That's, you know what? A unique take. I've never heard that take personally. But listen, you can blame my friends for the SMH my head because they used to do that all the freaking time. They used to do that so freaking much. And I'd have to say the exact same thing you did. Like, why did you just say SMH my head? You're literally saying shaking my head. And like they were like, yeah, that's the point. It's funny. And then I started doing it ironically, and now I just do it. Free drink, let's go. Personally, I've never had any alcohol, and I never intend to. I am very much so the same way. The closest thing I've ever had is I've had non-alcoholic alcohol, and it tasted awful. I was like, ugh, why would anyone have this? Like, I almost like spit it back up. It tasted that bad. And it's like, why would anyone do this? Like, I guess it's like if it's for like the buzz and stuff, but I'm like, certainly there's like better things to drink than this, I guess, you know? That's very much what it felt to be. And like, I kind of feel like the same way with like drugs and stuff. To sound like a total square, I never intend to do any kind of like drugs or anything like that, or like any kind of vapes. Like the closest I've gotten to like being high is when I used to work at a hotel. Me and one of my friends, we would often go on like breaks together, and she would vape. She would vape like every time we were on the break and everything. But you know, we would just like stand like pretty far apart while she did it, just because I didn't want to inhale anything. And then there was one day where, you know, we're just sitting out there, we're just like BSing, because like again, there's like just a big outside area for us to take breaks on because a lot of people who worked at the hotel vaped, so like they had like an entire section outside like dedicated to like where we could go outside to like do that kind of stuff. But there was just like one day where, you know, we're just like outside like BSing, just like talking the talk, yapping, and she gets like right up in my face with like and I didn't realize like she had like all like the vape in her mouth and stuff, and she just like let out like a big cloud right into my face. And that was like the first time I ever felt like any kind of like high, and I didn't like it. So I was like, I never intended to do anything up until that point. Drugs had never had any interest in me, and I didn't like that. So you know, I feel pretty okay. Granted, I don't even know if that did anything. It might have just been like a placebo effect, because like I'm pretty sure like the smoke doesn't. I might be wrong on that. I might be wrong. I might be misremembering. I remember hearing somewhere that the smoke like from vapes doesn't actually do anything, but I don't know how true that is. Because then it's like, what's the issue of them vaping around other people, essentially? You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I don't know. I was about to try and like gaslight myself into thinking that I placeboed myself into feeling high for the rest of the day. Anyways, also, what are these black boxes? Flowey, what did you say after personally I've never had alcohol and never intend to? It just shows up as black boxes for me. What is that? Being immortal sucks. I'm so in the camp of like, listen, immortality is as good as you let it be. If that makes sense. Obviously, like, I guess it kind of depends. It kind of really does depend. Like, let's say if like me and my homies and my family were immortal, perfect. I could not imagine a better existence right there. But if like everyone, if I was the only immortal person, then that would suck. That's kind of my view on it. Because a lot of people bring up like, oh well, life loses all meaning if it's not limited. I'm like, no, I feel like that's just you not trying hard enough. I feel like I could find ways to explore and give meaning to my existence, even if it's not limited, essentially. I feel like it's just a lack of imagination on that part. But at the same time, if I was the only immortal person and everyone I knew and loved was going to die and I had to just live on without everyone, then it's like, that's a little bit of a different story. So that's kind of how I feel about that. It's like ATM machine. Or like chai tea. You're just saying TT. Anyways. But no, you're absolutely just correct. That is absolutely what it is. The idea abruptly dashes against the rocks as they look over to the graceful figure stepping into the room, her brilliant red kimono covered by that ominous black shawl. Tatiana's surprise at seeing her out and about is no different than mine. As usual, Yonohara retains her typically aloof expression. I'd call her inscrutable were she anyone else, but I've quickly learned that she's hardly interested in hiding her emotions. This is simply her view of the world she's long since grown bored of. You look surprised. Are you not open? With some effort, the bartender forces down her emotions and puts her professional facade back on. Wait, no, it's not. Wrong character. Were you thinking it was Kaoru? Kaoru? I forgot how to pronounce her name. I'm bad with her name. The woman walks, practically glides over before neatly setting herself on the stool next to me and clasping her gloved hand on the counter.
もちろん空いていますよ、米原様。今夜は何になさいますか？ハイボールはいかがでしょう？最近流行りの飲み物です。
I love that Yonohara just sucked like all of the good vibes out of the room so hard so that the music's gone. The entire band that was playing our tunes just was like, yep, no, we're out of here. We certainly are, Lady Yonohara. What can I get you this evening? May I recommend a highball? They're quite popular these days.
最近の流行りに興味はないわ。目当ては売り物ではないもの。
I have little interest in what's popular these days. In fact, what I want isn't sold at all.
何のことかわかりませんね。
I'm not sure I understand.
あなたにわかる必要はないわ。
You don't need to. Oh, she's here for Shino. What is she gonna do? Her gaze lazily shifts from the blonde woman before us towards me. What could she possibly want with? Is she just gonna light her on fire? In the blink of an eye, Tatiana, the bar, and everything else vanishes. Or is she putting, no, because her ability isn't fire. No, or was it? Did she have the fire? Yeah, she had the fire sword. She's putting, Shino, like, sealing her away, right?
Tatiana?
I mean, I don't need to read that part. We all understood what she said. The words don't reach anyone, nor do they echo about. They simply disappear into the void around me. Bringing my hands in front of my face just to check that my eyes are even open, a deathly chill comes over me, a ringing in my ears replacing the total silence. I reach out and step this way and that, only to find nothing but darkness around me. Is this because she helped Honoka? Is that why Yonohara is doing this? Oh, she saw her save Honoka. Yeah, that must be it, right? Also, she must be fun at parties. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Yonohara is like just to die for at parties. You suck, you suck, you suck, you suck, you suck. Well, this is fun. Every sense screams at me that something is deeply wrong. I wonder why that is. An old feeling slowly returns, one I haven't felt in many, many years. Like a growing vine, the clutches of dread wrapped around my mind begin to constrict. Ooh. Oh, that was a good... I like that. Again,
怖いという感覚はあるのね。ずっと気になっていたの。
I love what this game does so much with like space and depth and all that good stuff to construct these scenes. Because like if there's like the like the more like typical kind of like visuals for like a visual novel like that, like they would have really like done that show. Like again, like after playing like all of like the Fate visual novel, like they don't really do that much with like the actual like sprite work themselves. They usually say like the more intense things for like CGs and everything. That was good. That was a good shot. Or that's just like a good moment. So you can feel fear. I did wonder.
そう。あなたの仕業だったんだ。
So, this is your doing. Even I can hear the nervous edge to my voice. I know when I've been outplayed, the wizened mage having me in the palm of her hand. She seems to take no pride in this, acting as if nothing had happened at all.
ここはどこなの?
Where is this?
どこでもないわ。厳密にはね。
Nowhere, to be precise.
野生さんに使ったのと同じ魔術なんでしょ?
This is the same magic you used on Yasui, isn't it?
察しがいいのね。そうよ。姉のおかげで、私は自分の魔術がいかに有用か理解できたの。皮肉なものね。
You're quick, if nothing else. Thanks to my sister, I now fully understand the utility of my magic talent. Ironic in a way.
安心なさい。今回は一時的なものだから、ちょっとした密談に邪魔が入らないようにしただけよ。
Why would you have this many accents over that word? Rest assured, this particular use is only temporary. Measure to ensure our little titi-a-titi, that's not how you pronounce any of that, isn't interrupted. The word temporary is enough to make me relax, albeit only a little. She isn't the type to bother with subterfuge or deceit. She means what she says. I thought you'd be more interested in talking to Tatiana, to be honest.
あの娘は腕は立つけれどまだ若い。成長が楽しみね。でも、あなたを知って気になったの。
The woman is skilled but young. Time will tell if she develops further. Now that I know you better, however.
へえ、大魔術師の米原様ともあろう方が盗み聞きとはね。
Well, Lady Yonohara, the great and powerful mage herself, is reduced to eavesdropping.
私は朝川ほのかと一緒にしないで。タチアナに言ったことの本当の意味は分かっている。あなた、本当は何歳なの?
Unlike Honoka, I know well the implications of what you told her. Just how old are you, Shino?
女性に年齢を聞くのは失礼だって知らないの?
Isn't it rude to ask a woman her age?
女性、男性、両性、どれにも当てはまらない。都合よく使い分けているくせに。
Woman, man, both, neither. All mere conveniences to you.
人類最大の恐怖、死を超越したんだもの。私、いいえ、全人類より上だと思っているのかしらね。
Do you think yourself above me, above even mankind, now that you've escaped our greatest fear? I briefly considered dodging her question again. She seems to have little interest in forcing a response, as well as she well could, but I decided to indulge Yonohara for her efforts. I get the feeling this isn't entirely about me either.
長く生きてきて、人間がどうしてあんなに眩しいのか分かったよ。いい人の魂も悪い人の魂も目がくらむくらい輝いてる。他人のために一生を捧げる人もいれば、戦火で生きることを諦める人もいる。
Over time, I found what made humans shine so brightly. How their spirit could be so blindingly fierce for good or ill. Some spend their entire lifetime for the betterment of others, or give it up in the fires of
で
war.
も、ほとんどの人はそうじゃない。ただ、ありのままに満足してるだけ。シンプルに生きて、この世界に生まれた時よりもちょっとだけいい状態で去っていく。つまずくこともあるけど、立ち上がってまた歩き出す。
Most
こう
aren't
やって世界は
Sorry.
次の世代に引き継がれていく。
Most aren't like that, though. They're simply content. They live simple lives, then leave the earth just a little better than when they entered it. They might stumble, but they get up and push themselves forward, and so the world passes to the next generation.
私は他の人たちと比べて何かが欠けてる。何かって死なんだけどさ、経験できないわけだし、魂の炎は消えたわけじゃないけど、命がけで何かをやるってことができなくて、感覚が鈍るんじゃないかな。誰にでも訪れる終わりが来ないんだもん。
I'm missing something compared to everyone else. Death, mortality to be more precise, is an experience I can't have. That fire in my soul isn't dead, but it's dulled without those stakes. Everyone's time will come but my own.
ってことで、あなたの質問に答えるなら、私はどんな人間よりも劣ってる。
So, to answer your question, I'd say that I'm lesser than any human.
だからこそ、ほのかちゃんを大事にしたい。希望はあるって証明したいの。きっと、あの子が安江さんを好きになったのも、安江さんの存在が希望そのものだったからだと思う。
I agree, Flowey. That's why I care for Honoka so much. I want to prove to her that there's hope. I also think that's why she fell for your sister, or what she represented to her.
私に人間の価値を認めさせたいなら、無駄だと言っておくわ。人間の醜さは、うんざりするほど見てきたもの。
If you wish to convince me of humankind's worth, I assure you that I've seen too much for that to work.
認めさせる必要なんてないよ。あなた自身がその証拠だもん。
Oh, but I don't need to. You've done that yourself.
だって、少なくとも一人のことは大切に思ってるんでしょ。
After all, you care for at least one of them, don't you? She closes her eyes in frustration. It's a small victory, but I'll take it.
これ以上話しても無駄ね。チェシャ猫と話しても仕方がないわ。
I see there's little to be gained from this discussion. I've no desire to debate with the Cheshire Cat.
気まぐれでここに引っ張り込んだわけじゃないでしょ。目的があったはずよ。
You're too deliberate to have pulled me here for on some personal whim. You had a reason.
ほのかちゃんの事件はまだ終わってない。そういうこと。
This business with Honoka isn't over, is it?
浅川さんは愛する者をそう簡単に諦めないでしょうね。それに頭がいいし、意志が強い。
The woman is too determined for her own good, to say nothing of her shrewdness. She won't let go of her love that easily.
あなたが浅川さんの件にまた首を突っ込むだろうと思ったから、ここに呼んだの。
I brought you here because I knew you'd insert yourself into this matter again somehow.
これは私が負うべき責務よ。
This is my burden to bear, Shino. All this to tell me to stay away. She thinks she alone can dictate Honoka's fate.
おとなしく従うとでも？
Do you expect me to obey?
とにかく目的は伝えたわ。
Regardless, the statement's been made. My confidence renewed now that I better understand her motives. I step nearer to the woman and hiss. There's no need for me to wear the face of Shino here.
思春期をこじらせたあんたの虚無主義に付き合うのはもうたくさん。でも、これだけは言っとく。
I think I've wasted enough of my time entertaining your adolescent nihilism. I will leave you with this, though.
どうなろうとも、自分の行動の結果を受け入れなさいよ。米原さん。
Whatever happens, Lady Yonohara, you must accept the results of your actions. The moment gives the woman pause, finally getting through to her. For the first time, she stumbles over a reply.
あなたもね。
And you also.
私はとっくに覚悟ができてる。
I am prepared for that.
そう。楽しみだわ。
We shall see. Oh, it's so bright. Oh, I'm a cave dweller. Please don't shine lights in my face. A mere blink and the world returns. The deluge of information after being stuck in a total void assaults my senses, leaving me dazed for a good few moments just trying to take everything in. Tatiana looks no less confused than I am, looking between Yonohara and I with a total look of bafflement. Memories returning, her barely concealed resentment at what surely happened simmers just beneath the surface. Yonohara doesn't respond to her irritation. The fact Tatiana still keeps it to herself shows she needn't do so.
疲れたので失礼するわ。ここでの用は終わったもの。
I'm tired. My business here is complete, in any case. With that, she simply slides off her stool and begins walking to the door. She casts one last glance towards me before leaving. As she does, I realize the exasperation written on my own face. A reckoning will come, that much is clear. The only question is, whose will it be? Well, I gosh do darn reckon it'll be Yonohara's, hopefully. Is that the end of the scene? Is it? Hang on. Oh! Hello? Nope! Oh, right. This has happened before. Oh, this is going to be structured like a play. So there's 4 acts. Okay, it checks out. Also, I love that there's still blood on the floor, and I thought about it for a second. I'm like, I guess no one would have cleaned that up, huh? Like, it's not like it's like the police's responsibility to like clean up the blood and stuff. I guess, is it? I don't know. I don't actually know. I just never really thought that deeply about it before. But hang on, let's go ahead and read what everyone's saying in here. Bitch, you must be fun at parties, go to hell. I know you don't like the same idea repeated but I feel like this is justified. Wait, what was that part referring to? I don't remember what we were talking about then. If you hurt Shino, I will find a way to kill a fictional character. I just wanted to protect you, proceeds to seal her away, her only friend. Oh, if Shino had just been sealed away right there, imagine if Shino had been sealed away, and that was just kind of the end. And that was just kind of the end of everything for her. That would have been the most depressing thing ever. Shino, you're amazing. Oh, right, she has a god complex. Aw, Shino, no, you're amazing. I'm glad that you love Shino so much. She is too wonderful to simply not be loved. What? I don't like how this Yonohara is still alive. So true, bestie. Oh my gosh, say it again. Honoka has all these magic beings interested in her. How does she get so much riz? She's just got that magic, like natural magic riz. That's just how she goes. Shino, that's right. Scare that bitch. I have a feeling Shino could have escaped if she wanted to. I don't think she could have, is the thing. Because, like, Shino was scared when she was first put in there, you know? And I don't think she would have been scared if she was capable of escaping herself, in my opinion. Wait, I don't like how Yonohara is still alive. Let's go, bestie! uh, I'm glad we're in agreement. You know, all this would have been so. To be fair, though, I wish Yonohara wasn't still alive, but I'm glad she was alive. Otherwise, the story never would have happened. You know, you told me to say it again, exactly, and you followed instructions. Good job. I appreciate it. Anyways. Yeah, no. Again, if it wasn't for Yonohara, none of this whole story would be happening. So, like, I kind of have to be thankful to her in some way, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't like it, but I gotta be thankful to her in some way. So, also, I'm not gonna lie, this truly took away all understanding of how much I think we have left in the story. I have no idea now. We might not finish it tonight. There is a chance of that because I don't know how long this act is, or how many more tangents we're gonna go on. So there's always the possibility of us not. But we're gonna keep trying. We're gonna go for as long as we can. As the door creaks shut behind me, the outside world is shut away once again. Lol, yay, tangents. Listen. To be fair, though, they're not bad things. I love the tangents so much. Like, they're like I love doing. They're some of my favorite things that we do here is like the long tangents. So like there's no reason. If anything pops up in y'all's mind, feel free to say it. And it, you know, distract me as long as y'all feel it necessary. It's like, oh no, we have to do another Tithe and Bloodstream. I would hate that. Wink. I can't wink. Whenever I'm one of the people who, whenever I try to wink, it just turns into a blink. You know what I mean? I'm really bad at it. To be fair, I'm incredibly bad at like all kind of like eye stuff. Like I can't raise my eyebrows at all. Like I am trying so hard right now to raise my eyebrows and nothing is happening. I don't understand it. But me and one of my friends, we were able to figure it out. We were just like sitting in musical theater one day and we were just waiting backstage because we were doing like rehearsals and stuff. And I was telling her about it. So she just put her finger between my eyebrows and then just slowly trailed her finger up my forehead. And my eyebrows raised with it. And then we could never get it to happen again. I've never been able to get them rise on my own. I don't understand it. Sheena was just surprised. She could 100% escape. All she has to do is and get a new vessel. But what if her soul's trapped there is the thing? What if, like, if she died there, her soul's just also stuck there, you know? I feel like that's a very big possibility. Because, again, I don't think she would have been scared. If that was, I don't know. You know, at least you can admit when you don't know things. That's a quality that not a lot of people have, so I respect it. But yeah, I think if Yonohara had wanted to trap her there, she really could have. I just don't think Yonohara, you know, her head's just not in the game. She needs a High School Musical number to like get back into the swing of things, you know. Anyways, let's get back on into it. I love that I say that. We take like a 5-minute intermission. I'm like, let's get on back into it. But then we go on like a 40-minute discussion. And it's like, anyways, after a couple of weeks. What is your favorite Studio Lawn character from all time of their games that you've played? Oh, that's a mean. Hang on, Rally. What's your question? What's your? I mean, not your question. God, I'm so smart. What's your answer to that? Oh, are we counting like things published like through the Bell House? Are we counting like Bell House properties like First Snow and Twofold? Just so then I can. Okay, Heather. Okay. That does answer my question. Heather, 100% Heather. Yes. Ooh, can you elaborate more on? Because like, here's the thing. I love Heather too. I love her so much. Unironically, if she was a real person, I could put up with how mean she is. I could put up with how mean she is. But like, why is she your number one favorite of all time? Because I love her too, but I don't think she's my favorite. If I don't know, I say. If I don't know, I say it, and then I get told I don't know is not an appropriate response. I will never tell you that. if you come to me and you don't know something and you say that, I'll just be like, that's fair. That's fair. Because like I'd rather people say that they don't know than pretend to know. That's unironically a big pet peeve of mine, is that I don't like it when people pretend to know things that they don't. You know what I mean? My favorite death scene is 100% Adelaide. That's mean. That's so cruel. I thought about having, because I now have this fancy schmancy stream deck, I thought about having like some audios from the visual novels that we played be like things that we could do. And I thought about having Adelaide's as one of them. I'm like, no, Flowey will use that to make me cry personally. It'll be a personal targeted attack on me. So we're not doing that. We're not doing that one specifically. Either that, or I'll have to make it like 10,000 points or something. But I think my favorite. Oh, it's so hard. That's actually a really hard question, because if hang on, I'm trying to remember all the ones that I have played. If it wasn't for us extending it out to the Bell House stuff, then I think it would very easily be Aspen. She is Aspen or Miho. I feel so bad whenever I say Aspen or Miho, because I feel like I'm leaving Juliet out. But the thing is, like, I love Juliet so much. She's like such an incredibly well developed and interesting character. Like, for instance, my keychain, right? I don't have it on me. My keys are in another room. But my keychains right now are the little chibi versions of Miho, Aspen, and Juliet. That's how much I love them. Like, I literally have an entire shelf above me that I'm looking at right now, dedicated to just those three girls, because I love them so much. But I do think I like Aspen and Miho more, because it's one of those instances, like, I see so much of myself in both of them. And I do actually, like, there is like one specific scene where, like, Juliet was a character that I really did like during like the reading of the visual novel, but then it's specifically like the scene at the cemetery. Like, that was I was bawling. I was crying so hard during that scene, and it made me relate to so much of Juliet's probably up there too. That's such a I don't know. I'm not gonna pick all three of them. I'm gonna pick from one of them for sure. But like, all three of them felt like so written for what I was going through at the time. Like, Miho's whole journey to find happiness and to, like, understand what it means to be a person. Like, for me, that felt so targeted to me in that moment. And part of the reason I needed that is because I was heavily going through the issues that Aspen and Juliet are facing. Because, like, I had lost a friend, not that, I mean, like, I had lost a friend a few years before that. He had passed away. And that was still something that I was, like, really struggling with for years after. And seeing, like, going through that with, like, Juliet and, like, her struggles and everything, like, again, that was targeted, like, it felt targeted toward me, and it unironically helped me get through that. And then Aspen's whole, like, big, like, stuff going on there was, like, how overworked she is, how little time she has for life, how, like, burnt out she's getting on the things that, like, she loves and, like, the passions that she has. And that's something I still struggle with nowadays. Of, like, I still have, like, so much going on, and, like, specifically, like, projects that I'm working on, that kind of stuff. That, like, watching her go through that and seeing, like, how destructive it is to you and, like, other people, like, that hit me really hard. So again, like, they were like, the trio was like a perfect encapsulation of, like, all the problems in my life at that moment. So, like, they're like impossibly high for me, like, characters, like, for other people to get to. But the thing is, Caprice and Millie get really close. They get really close in my brain. I love those two. They're such incredible characters, and Olive. That's the issue. There's too many good characters, because as I was talking about those two, I was like, I feel like I'm leaving Olive out. Granted, I do. Olive's so good though. I do like Capri and Millie. Did I call her Caprice? I like Capri. No, her name is Caprice. Yeah. Capri-sun is also a good character. I agree. And Millie, I do like them more than Olive, but Olive is still, like, an amazing protagonist. Yeah, I think. This is a mean question. I love Aspen too. Please be happy. I yes, thank you for the unironically when I read that, my brain did immediately go to the Aspen and why not both. I hate Heather. I love Heather. I love that I hate her, lol. So as much as I love Highway Blossoms, I do not like Amber. She's a jerk, but so is Heather. So I'm not sure why I love her. Listen, I think that's the thing with those mean girl archetypes is it all comes down to like how they're mean and the things that they like say and all that kind of stuff. Like the Heather specific like mannerisms and like I think the VA also does like a good portion of like that heavy lifting of like giving her like some like nice sass to her and everything. Again, she is a mean that if she was real, I would put up with cuz I love her. But other mean girls I definitely wouldn't. So it is like a hard thing to explain to others like, "Well, why do you like this character that's like barely in it and is just kind of mean?" And it's like, because she's the right kind of mean, you know? She's the right kind of mean. It ticks the boxes in your brain. Yeah, Cherry Blossom is such a good character. Cherry Blossom? Isn't that a Hazbin Hotel character? No, that's Cherry Bomb. Who the freak is Cherry Blossom? I have yet to experience the death of a human I know well. That's it again. It hit me like really like the when my mom I was talking with like a lot of my family about it, even like extended family, a lot of them were like, even like my older relatives were like, this isn't something that they've been through before. The only person who could really relate to me like heavily was my mom, who lost one of her cousins who she was incredibly close to when she was like really little. And like they were close enough that like she named my older brother after this specific cousin. But no, he was my best friend. It was like he was like the type of friend that I was like planning out like the rest of like my life with. Dude, oh, hello, oh hey Mary, how's it going? Why is the stretch that too? I changed that and it worked. That one was supposed to not be the jump scare anymore. How is it going? We're just talking about. Oh, hang on, I gotta stretch. Help, no, for real, help me, please. Oh, I needed that. Oh my gosh, I really needed that one. Thank you. My shoulders were so bunched up because we've just been yapping. We've just been sitting here. We've been having a good time. Who are you? That's Mary. How dare? How dare? Welcome in. Yeah, we've just been having fun conversations about life and death and our favorite Studio Lawn characters. You know, if you have a favorite Studio Lawn character, feel free to join in. But yeah, no. So like, he was like that type of friend of like, oh, he's like going to be like the best man at like my wedding. Like, I hope our kids like grow up and like get to know each other, that kind of thing. Millie, I had an inkling. I had a little bit of an inkling that it was going to be her. She's up there for me. That's kind of like my brain space to answer this question. We're taking so long to answer this question. Um, but I think it is between Millie and Aspen. But I think I'm leaning more towards Aspen. Again, I think for me the Please Be Happy cast is always going to have like that very special place in my heart. Not only was it the first Studio Lawn game that I ever played, but again, that story like came to me at like the perfect moment in my life, and that was everything that I needed to like help me, because like that was like such a hard time, like because there's so much going on like terrible in that time, and it genuinely helped me get like through like so much of it for so long. So like if I have to pick between Millie and Aspen, like I feel like I feel like Aspen is like almost unbeatable in my heart, so I have to say her. I forgot. Oh right, Millie. How could you forget about Millie? How dare? I haven't remembered Twofold. I remember Twofold. I definitely haven't forgotten everything. It's funny that you forget Millie, but you remember Adelaide's death scene, and it's like your favorite bit to run. I don't I don't remember. I don't know what that says about you, but it says something, that's for sure. Again, you are the sole reason I'll never add that scene to my stream deck, because you'd spam that. You'd save up all your points and just do that specifically. But yeah. So like Millie, I mean not Millie. Aspen's my number one. She always will be, probably. I think she's unbeatable. But yeah, with that really long tangent out of the way, let's keep on going. I'm creating a VN tier list, and Twofold is my number one VN. Oh, I feel like I'd feel weird doing that. I feel like I'd feel a little weird doing that. Um, I think we've actually talked about that before, but I think for me, Please Be Happy is probably always going to be my number one. I don't see it being beaten because again, which is so weird because like just comparing it to Twofold because Twofold is also just like a masterpiece. Again, that was another one where like it almost became like a running gag of like, oh my gosh, Darkbender's crying again. Wow, and it's like, well, because it's so good. It's so freaking good. Wait, hang on. Honestly, real for that? No, that is so real. I kind of want to do maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do that one day. Maybe once we catch up like all the Studio Lawn stuff and like have read everything, we should do that. We should do that. Literally over my own, I have my own as number 3. Ooh, wait, what's your number 2? What's your number 2? Also, again, that's how you know that Twofold is peak. That you're like, this thing that I put my like heart and soul into, I like this other thing more, personally. Oh, but Why Not Both is also so good. That was a sad day. I looked forward to like the Why Not Both Sundays every single time we did it. I really like that. Slay the Princess. Ooh, where would Slay the Princess rank for me? I really like that one too. I think the ending was just like, it kind of felt like nonsense a little bit. Maybe it's just because I'm dumb. That's a big probably why I think that. But the ending just kind of felt like a lot of like nonsense to me. But maybe it's because I need to replay it and like actually like process it again. Cause I feel like it's like almost it's almost written to be an overwhelming experience when you first get to it. You know what I mean? I was very confused. Yeah, I was also, because I felt like I was following along perfectly up until the last scene. And that's where it was kind of losing me a little bit. But again, I feel like it's almost intentionally written to be overwhelming in that way. So then like if you go back through it, every time you go back through it, you understand more and more about it because you're like processing the information again and again kind of thing. Well, in roughly October, Why Not Both will have the voice acting patch completed. I feel like once you get the ending, it hits. Oh, I'm so excited for that. That's awesome. That's awesome. I think that we should definitely replay Why Not Both when the voice acting patch comes out, because that like voice acting like adds so much to whoa. I gotta stop being me for a little bit. I even saw also Tracy, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, but hang on, really quick, Tracy. I had to step away from your stream for at like the about halfway point. I stayed until you got your first ending. How did you like your stream? How did you like the game that you were playing? How is that all going? Wait, hang on. By the way, that ending comment was about Slay the Princess. Wait, hang on. Well, in roughly October, Why Not Both have like once you get the ending, it hits. Okay, that's what you mean. I thought you were talking about like the ending of like Why Not Both is good, like hits much harder like once that hit comes in. That makes sense. But yeah, no. Slay the Prince again. I feel like it's like a good ending, but like again, I feel like I need to replay it. I need to go back through it essentially. Tracy's back. Yeah, Tracy, hello. It's still the gift sub you got. Wait, is it really? Oh, listen, hey, it's your your part of your payment for being a mod is that you don't have to watch ads. That's my logic. It went well. I'll highlight the stream so it becomes a VOD you can go back to if you're interested in fit. Oh, I absolutely am. Because again, the reason I stepped away just because my internet was sucking. Like we were having like frame drop issues, like that was like happening, like that's natural. But like my internet was struggling with like everything, so I was like, I kind of can't watch the rest of this until I figure this out. And then by the time I figured it out, it was kind of time for me to start streaming. So I was like, I gotta go. But no, I really like there were parts like because I was like just doing like chores and stuff like that while I was like watching you stream. And like there were parts where I was like getting like so invested, especially like when you were getting the ending, where I just kind of stopped everything I was doing and I was just sitting there just fully focused on to like the actual visual novel. It looks so good. It looks so good. Did you manage to get all the endings or like how did that go? What were you talking about? Hang on. I had a train of thought that I was going to go along with and I kind of lost the track. I kind of lost my own plot. It was so good. Yeah, I got all 4 endings. That's awesome. Dang, listen, going and getting like all the endings in games like that, it's so fun. That's one of the reasons like why Without a Voice was so fun. So like you get through it and it's like I could just see the rest of it. I could just go get every other ending, and then when you actually do, it's like heck yeah, I've seen everything here. That's awesome. Because yeah, no, it looked super cool, especially like the art of like the. I'm not gonna spoil it because again, I mean, Tracy, do you want to drop like the title of what it was that you were playing? Because what was called like the devil is coming or something. And I'm guessing the devil came, from the other three endings is what I'm guessing. But like when like all that stuff actually started happening, I was like, again, like that stuff all looked so freaking cool. We know the devil. Okay, yeah, we know the devil. Why did I think it was called the devil's coming? Oh, well, it's because the characters say that a couple times. Oh yeah, last Tithe and Bloodstream where you rated Tracy, I left to go to the bathroom, so when I came back, I was in Tracy's stream. I do remember seeing that. As I was shutting down OBS, I remember seeing a little comment from you being like, "Oh, new stream." So, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. But yeah, also for anyone who doesn't know, Tracy now does stream, so everyone should check her out because her streams are awesome. I haven't been in them much live, but watching all the shiny hunts has been a lot of fun. But I think with that being said, I had another point that I was going to say. And I don't remember what it was. So I think that's time. Also, something I hate about. Did someone say my name? Hey guys, the devil from the Bible just showed up on my YouTube chat. Can someone tell him that he's not welcome here? I don't want to do it. Also, something that I hate about my mouse is that whenever it goes to sleep after 15 minutes of not using it, and you have to click on it, and I'm always sort of actually like progressing in the actual like visual novel. What is that timing? What? Sorry, I wasn't saying anything. I wasn't saying anything to you. I'm so sorry, the devil from the Bible. This isn't about you, actually. But yeah, no, we'll have to do that visual novel tier list. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe next year, that's what we'll do at the end of each year, is we'll do like a tier list of all the games that we've played and a tier list of all the visual novels that we've read. And I think for like the 2026 one, we should just do all the ones from like all the other years that we've been streaming and stuff, just to include everything. I think that would be pretty fun. That'd be awesome. I think that'd be a really good time. But yeah, let's get back on into it because we still have another entire act to go, which is actually really exciting. So yeah, let's get on back into it. No, I'm clearly from the Bible. Oh, I'm so sorry, the devil. It's the devil from the Bible. My apologies. Anyways. After a couple weeks stay in the hospital, my discharge would come in the middle of winter. The taxi ride home was a quiet one, just as my medical stay had been. Hello? Oh, the game was like frozen for a second. There we go. Hanging my coat and bag beside the door, practically by reflex, I turn about and take stock. Imagine coming home to this. Because I feel like in like the moment, like when Honeka's like actually like was fighting Tatiana and all that stuff, I feel like you'd just be like so duped up on like emotion and like the adrenaline and everything. I don't think you'd really like process like the kind of like disaster and like damage that you're leaving behind. So I almost feel like coming home to this would almost be like a, not like a wake-up call, because like, she's had like so much time in the hospital to think about this kind of stuff. I feel like the emotional damage, yeah, it would just kind of be like another layer to that you actually now like get to see the physical results of like how far you were going with everything that happened. The house is freezing, having been unoccupied for so long. The damage to the house remains, as does much of the blood. I suppose I'll need to learn how to deal with insurance. In the end, the police investigation went nowhere. I never thought it would, given the vague recollection I ended up having of the woman who attacked me. She'd easily blend into the multitude of tourists here for the snowfields and recent snow festival. The whole ordeal ended up as just another headline to scroll by in the media feeds. Lingering scars on the house from my rage are the only testament to what happened here. I step forwards, running my fingers over the shattered star railings. Ooh. It's striking how violent the episode was. The rush of fear and anger replaying every time I fitfully sleep. I really did all this. I never imagined this frail body had so much strength, nor my mind so much anger. As for Yasui, my time in the hospital gave me altogether too much time to think. Too much time to remember. Bracing myself, I gingerly tiptoe up the stairs towards the study. I can only imagine what's been taken. Between the police having combed the house and those Yonohara hired returning to take what they wanted. The mess inside makes my heart sink. Bloodstains still mingle with chalk, my once carefully arranged desk now in shambles. Feeling something underfoot, I step back to see a bullet hole from the shot that hit me. The memory only makes my wound all the more sore. Screw Yasui. Ayo, we do not speak ill of Yasui in this chat. How dare. Rubbing my arm in a now familiar motion, I step towards the broken window and my desk below it. No book is to be seen. I knew this would be the case. There was no way so many people would have been through here without it being taken. It still stings all the same. That was my only way to reach Yasui. The one light in my life after so long in the darkness. Yet, all might not be lost. Perhaps, if I'm lucky for once in my life, there's still a way. Oh? I swallow as I reach for the drawer. I slip my laptop inside, my breathing shallow as I bring my fingers over the handle. Is she gonna check Amazon for it? Is that where she's going? For one brief moment, my breathing stops as I slide it out. As the old wooden drawer reluctantly opens. Oh, yeah. Hang on. Opens the side of my ever-reliable computer greets me. A wave of relief washes over me, the paranoia and shame from all I've done paying off. Filled with renewed purpose, I quickly place it on the desk and open it, my heart racing as it boots up. As I log in and open this file and that to see how much I have to work with, I realize my hands are shaking above the keyboard. I don't even have to think about my next steps. I had plenty of time to do that in the hospital. Pulling some chalk from another drawer, I crouch down and do my best to recreate the transference markings from the notes I've kept. Minutes of sketching later, and I come to my feet. The result isn't perfect, I can tell that much, but rereading my notes makes me a little more confident in this working. It's not like I have any choice anyway. I feel like this isn't gonna work. I feel like there's gonna be something wrong, something amiss. Just popping in now. Bye. Well, goodbye, Devil from the Bibble. Exclamation lurk. That's okay. We all love our lurkers here. Lol, Magic BS can't beat technology. It can't beat a simple bit of tomfoolery. Setting the chalk down, I dig out my well-used knife from under a fallen lamp. My stomach is empty and my throat is dry. My clothes are poorly suited for the middle of winter, and the house around me is in a ruinous state. None of that matters now. This is my one last hope. I have to know what's happened to her. Yasui is all I have left. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash my arm while gritting my teeth through the pain. My body is just a tool. What happens to it, to me, means nothing. After tracing out the pattern below, I right myself and take a deep, shuddering breath. As the room glows bright and I close my eyes once more, I try to stuff down my growing fear. This will be a step into the unknown. I have no idea what will happen, nor what I'll find. With the magic taking effect sooner than I expected, I barely have time to stash the knife into the back of my pants before my thoughts and feelings begin to swirl about. One final time, I surrender myself to the surging torrent. Watcher somehow have escaped. I feel like it's not going to be... I was literally about to say, I think she's going to show up in a void like where Yonohara took Shino to. I was literally about to say, I think that's what happened. I gradually open my eyes to find nothing. I don't understand. Did the spell fail? Everything happened as it usually does, yet all that's around me is a blank void. Holding my hands out before me, I can see them clearly. Tapping the blankness with my foot proves the ground is solid, if invisible. It's frightfully cold, yet no clouds come from my breath. At once, a deep and terrifying realization sweeps over me. This is the purgatory that Lady Yonohara sentenced her sister to. Before that wondrous illusion was created, the world I shared with Yasui no longer exists. This isn't possible. This can't be true. Yasui is all I had left. She can't be gone.
Yasue?
Trying to stifle my panic, I begin to walk. Tears well up in my eyes as my pace begins to quicken, heading in no particular direction. An awful silence is all to be heard, even my own footsteps not producing so much as a whisper.
安いるの答えてお願い
Are you there, Yasui? Answer me, please. My walk turns into a run as I desperately search for something, anything to show she might be here. Yet no matter how far I run, no matter how desperately I might yearn, nothing pierces the blackness surrounding me. Tears streak my cheeks as I flick my head to and fro. My heart races and the hands shake with a mixture of fear and desperation.
安いお願い何か言っているのは分かってる
Yasui, please say something. I know you're here.
ここにいるはずよ
You have to be here. As my forlorn words disappear into the void, my energy leaves me as my legs collapse. Dropping to the ground, all I can do is clutch at my chest as a sharp pain lances my heart. My very tears vanish as they fall from my cheeks. The last of my hope flickers and disappears as a candle's fading flame is blown out. It's over. Just like the days after I lost my parents, I'm all alone. With the flame of hope extinguished, the cold around me seeps in. I can't even look forward to the release of death. All I can do is uselessly weep. Useless as I've always been. Then, as I look up in anguish, I notice something. Is that gonna be Yasui? One small dot of light lies ahead. It's barely more than a pinprick, but it's there. Dragging myself to my feet, I begin to stagger towards it. I have nothing else to live for. Perhaps minutes pass, perhaps hours. Time doesn't pass normally for me anymore. My entire existence is now dedicated to reaching that light. As I get closer and closer, it barely becomes any larger. Summoning the last of my energy, I begin to run. Carried on by sheer desperation, the vague patch of light in the darkness begins to form. The form details, the outlines of buildings coming into view. There's something there. Some part of the Meiji era world is still here. That means Yasui has to be... Oh, God. That, like, genuinely, like, took, like, my brain a second to, like, catch up to. Like, it all came into, like, a frame as, like, it all, like, faded into existence. And then, like, my brain just had, like, to catch up to, like, what it was actually seeing. As, like, I didn't expect, like, I guess... I don't know exactly what I was expecting. Like, I knew that the story wasn't going to have a happy ending specifically for those two. I feel like that's kind of, like, obvious, especially with, like, what the story's going for and the tone it's setting. I never expected them to have a happy ending. I mean... that's even what I've talked with people about, like, when talking about the story. Like, I don't think it's going to end well for these two specifically. But I don't know why. I didn't think Yasui was going to die, you know? So, like, that's why I feel like almost, like, blindsided from it. Because, like, I thought it was going to be, like, a different kind of fate for her. Without so much as a word, I rushed forward on seeing her. The woman slumped haphazardly on the steps of a shrine. She barely stirs as they pull her into my arms. Eyes frantically checking over her bloodied kimono. Good job, me. Kimono. I can only guess at how wounded she is. I can't think of anything else to say. My happiness at seeing her again slain by the sight of her in such a state. Looking about us, the last remnants of the Meiji world about to amount to barely more than a patch of land maintained by the dregs of her power. Even now, the edges slowly disappear into the void, were I to have found her just a few hours later. Yasui gives a sudden sharp cough, refocusing my thoughts as she tries to cover her mouth. My worst fears are realized as she pulls away her hand, her palm stained a bright scarlet.
ほのか、心配していたのよ。
Honoka, I was so worried for you.
私をしっかりして助けを呼ばなきゃ。
For me? Come on, we have to get help.
残念だけど、もう手遅れよ。
I'm sorry. It's too late. Everyone's always worried for me. As soon as I have to do something for someone, I can't help them at all. As tears fall once more, Yasui weakly raises her hand to brush my cheek. Her smile breaks my heart. She's already accepted something I can't let myself admit.
大丈夫よ、ほのか。ほとんど力を使い果たしてしまったけれど、最後にもう一度あなたに会いたくて、どうにか持ちこたえていたの。おかげで、こうしてあなたに会えた。ちゃんとさよならを言えて、本当によかった。
It's okay, Honoka. I was down to the very last of my magic, holding on to see you one last time, and here you are. I'm so glad I was able to say goodbye.
最後に一つ、お願いを聞いてもらえるかしら。ねえ、笑顔を見せてほしいの。あなたの綺麗な笑顔を覚えていたいから。
If you do me one last favor, would you please smile for me? I want to remember your beautiful, smiling face. I try briefly, but it's all I can manage to contort my face into an uncomfortable, disfigured caricature. I give up and shake my head, mind still desperately reeling through anything I could possibly do to save her.
できないよ。そんなの無理だよ。
I can't do that, Yasui.
ごめんなさいね。無理なことを頼んでしまって。
I'm sorry, that was an unreasonable request.
なら、せめて、どうか私のことを覚えていて。
Then, if I may, please remember me. I bite my lip to stop myself from losing control, realizing she's given up. I can't agree. I can't do this. I don't want to let her go. Not so soon after finding her. This isn't fair.
まだ終わりじゃない。何か手があるはずよ。
It's not over, Yasui. There has to be some way to... She looks at me pitiably, making me feel all the worse for not accepting what she's already come to terms with. It's a miracle she even held on until I found her. A miserable silence passes between us, the last of our time together passing in stubborn refusal to admit the obvious. So what if this wasn't a world I was supposed to see? Yasui's still someone who deserves love. She deserves a long and happy life. She deserves it far more than I ever have. As the moments pass, so too does the ground around us disappear. Yasui's power wanes, bit by bit, the creeping darkness slowly encroaching around us. Frantically forcing myself to focus to stave off the growing panic, my experiments in this malformed magic of mine come to mind. If the driver of all I've managed to do is my own blood, then it stands to reason.
うまくいくかどうかはわからない。でも、一つ方法を思いついたかも。
I don't know if it'll work, but there might be one way.
ほのか。
Oh, well, she already said it. I don't need to. She looks at me with a mixture of melancholy and sullen acceptance, little believing there's any way to stave off her death in my arms. My throat tightens, but I force myself through it. I've made my decision, as painful as this might be.
もし私をここに呼び寄せたのが私の血の力なら、他にもできることはあるはず。なら、
Oh
安
God.
江を助けられるかもしれない。 その体が死んでも、あなたの魂が私の体を器にできるなら。
If my blood magic can spirit me here and do all different things too, then maybe it can help you. Even if your body were to die, if your soul could take this vessel, then... Her face twists as she realizes the gravity of what I'm proposing. Before she can protest, I carefully withdraw my left arm from around Yasui and pull my sleeve back, filled with renewed purpose. The wound from entering this fragmented world is still fresh. With a firm press of my thumb, I pull open the wound while wincing with pain. As expected, it begins to bleed freely with the barest pressure.
なんでうまくいくかはわからないけれど、必要なだけ。
Here, drink it. I don't know if this will work, but take as much as you need.
でも、もしあなたの体を奪えば、あなたの魂はどうなるの？一つの体を共有することは。
But if I took your body, what of your soul? Surely both of us couldn't share the same.
そんなのどうでもいい。安江、あなたをここで死なせはしない。私よりずっと価値のある人だもの。
That doesn't matter. I'm not leaving you here to die, Yasui. You're a better person than I've ever been. I silently plead with her to take the chance I offer her, tears rolling down my cheek. My body is nothing more than a tool. I've no fear of anything that happens to it. If I were to die from this, at least it would be to some useful end.
米原さんにあなたを奪わせない。私を思って遠慮しているなら、正義を果たすために、どうか受け入れて。
I'm not letting Yonohara take you. If you won't do this for my sake, do it to find justice with her.
あなたの悲しみが何か意味のあることをなせるように。
Your grief can still mean something. It's a crude way to abuse her moment of weakness, but the mention of her sister lights a fire behind her eyes. She still looks unsure, but she reluctantly moves with the last of her strength, bringing a hand around my bloodied arm. It worked. As she closes her eyes and moves her mouth towards the tender wound, I take a gulp to try and steady myself. Silently, she presses her lips to my skin. I can't help but gasp in pain, only exasperated by her suckling.
安
Moments pass, my heart pounding from the situation. I can only hope this is the throw of the dice. Then, something feels wrong. I can't put a word to it, but something begins to feel unsettling inside of me. From the tips of my fingers and toes, and slowly advancing inwards. It feels numb, foreign, like my control is growing weaker. Where before she'd merely suckle, now she begins to heave with effort. This feeling inside me isn't anything natural. My eyes jamming shut as I try to quell the pain shooting through me. I swallow to try and steady myself as a terrifying sensation takes hold, desperately hiding my reaction from Yasui. If this is the cost of Yasui having her revenge against the one who sentenced us to this fate, so be it. At least for once, I'll have been useful to someone. The pain from my wound fades as every sense begins to leave me. Every sensation, every thought begins to feel thin. This body, this mind is no longer mine. I can't feel any... This is not at all the direction I thought the story was going to take. Act 4, Scene 2.
早く
What the that is not the horror stinger. Not the horror stinger to like close that out. That what the freak? Oh my gosh. I knew it. I knew it. I was predicting it in the second stream that something was fishy up with Yasui. And I don't know. Obviously, maybe I'm jumping to conclusions here. Maybe Yasui isn't like, I'm so glad that this is all working out and I get to leave now kind of thing. Maybe she's like, well, I mean, if Honoka's going to offer anyways, I might as well just take it. Maybe that is the thing. But I don't think you put that kind of like little musical note there. If it's not something like very sinister, you know, like that's too intentional. Anyways, let's see what's going on in the chat. Hang on. It's a good thing wait, what is this message, Flowey? It's a good thing I have a blood kink. Don't judge. Otherwise, I'd be disturbed. That's such an interesting and brave and something you should never post in a chat, you know? You know what I mean? That's definitely a thought you keep to yourself. Oh, I'm kidding, by the way. Okay, understandable. Is Honoka trapped now? Yeah, you're right this time. Is that heaven? Definitely not heaven. No. I knew Yasui died when I saw Yonohara still alive. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, I didn't assume that she was dead. I just assumed she kind of like lost the fight, and then Yonohara just kind of like, I guess that does make sense. I mean, Yonohara was getting in there. Like, why else would she be there if like not to, you know? I guess that makes sense. Take a shot every time the game says the woman. Please don't do that. Screw Yonohara. Yay, now I can make more death jokes. Don't. I feel like I'm gonna read further down this, and I think you're gonna come to regret it as you realize how true it is. But also, yeah, no, screw Yonohara. She took Yasui from us. That's awful. Well, I guess she technically didn't. She technically didn't take Yasui from us. She kind of took Honoka from us, which also screw Yonohara for that. She's gonna do some dumb blood magic to save her. I was joking. I didn't think she'd actually do it. Cha-ching. Someone's got to pick up that phone because I called it. I call it. You're going to regret it. Please, someone die. I need new characters. This late in the story, new character. That's exactly what I was thinking. As soon as I read that, I'm like, I don't think that's how this is going to work. I don't think they're going to introduce a full new cast just because people start dying at the end of the story. No, I meant new characters to the list of deaths so I can tease Dark about it. Oh, that's mean. That's cruel. Yay, Honoka's dead. Again, we don't accept Honoka disrespect in this chat. The only character we're allowed to disrespect in this chat is Yonohara. That is it. No one else. Everyone else is too good for us, okay? We can't be mean to them. Hurry up. Get in. The run from my apartment to Karu's waiting car is an awkward one. My boots sinking into the thick snow with every step. Oh, so they instantly know about this, huh? They're already on it? Finally reaching the car and almost tumbling in. I barely have time to shut the door before she stomps on the accelerator, pinning me back in my seat once the wheel finds some grip. After taking a few seconds to compose myself, I buckle up and glance out the window. Midwinter has aggressively announced itself. The heavy snowfall last night combining with a dense mist outside to make for a complete whiteout. Karu's face is furrowed in an uncomfortable, unfamiliar look of concentration. Something's badly wrong for her to be acting like this. I don't even know our destination, so quick was her rush to pick me up from my apartment. Mind telling me what's going on? What's with the hurry? I love seeing all the Kaoru love in the chat. I almost said in the goat because I was reading Kaoru my goat. No, she is my love, the love of my life. The only way this visual novel could be better is if I was there with her. Seeing a yellow traffic light in the distance, Kaoru accelerates to get through before it turns red. Her driving's never exactly a relaxing experience, much less when she has somewhere to be. Her princess was discharged from the hospital this morning. Tatiana suspected something might happen, so she was keeping an eye on her. She only told me that a few minutes ago, of course. Keeping tabs on Honoka makes sense. Did something happen? Apparently she left her house later the same day, shuffling out into the snow without so much as a coat. What's more, Honoka had glowing yellow eyes, a mage's eyes. I go silent at the words, thinking over the implications. An unsettling realization slowly washes over me. Honoka having a mage's eyes could only mean one thing. To think Yasui would betray her like that. A sudden thump from beside me pulls me from my thoughts. Kaoru punching the steering wheel in frustration.
魔術師だろうとなんだろうといつか殺されちまう。
Damn it. Of course she'd run off without letting me know. Mage or not, she's going to get herself killed one of these days.
慰めになるかわからないけど、ほのかちゃん、安江さんの狙いはタチアナじゃないと思う。米原さんのところに向かうはず。
If it's any consolation, Honoka, no, Yasui, wouldn't be targeting Tatiana. It's Lady Yonohara she'd be going for.
そりゃそうだけど、立ちはだかる奴がいたらぶっ飛ばすだろうよ。安江の魔術がタチアナのに太刀打ちできるかは知らないけどさ、それはタチアナも同じだろ。
Sure, but she's going to blow away anything or anyone that's standing between them. I don't know how her magic stacks up against Tatiana's, but Tatiana wouldn't know either. She's worked herself up over this, her knuckles going white from her grip on the wheel.
シノ、ダッシュボードの引き出しを開けて中身を出して。
Shino, open the glove box and give me what's inside. As Kaoru speeds around corners far too fast for the conditions, I reach under the compartment and pull the handle. It releases quickly, the weight inside pushing it down. I gasp at the sight before me, Kaoru's well-used gun rattling about. It's really come to this. With great reluctance, I pull the weapon out and hand it over to Kaoru. Pointing at grip towards her, she remains tactfully silent, pushing it into the small of her back and glancing towards me at my reaction.
残念だよ。誰もこんな結末望んでなかったのに。
I'm sorry, nobody wanted things to end like this. Her expression seems to soften, both of us coming to melancholic terms with what's about to happen. Not a word is spoken between us for the rest of the journey, my gaze once more directed outside.
ほのかちゃん、
Honoka. Act 4, Scene 3, Dance of the Mage. Or Magi. I think that's in Magi. My camera was slightly in the way. Oh god, I'm so scared for how the story is gonna end. Oh my gosh, this is not going at all. This is not going at all in the way I predicted. In any way. No part of me thought that it was going to end with Honoka being taken over by Yacht. But I guess it also does, like, it does make sense to an extent of, like, the progression of things. As we're slowly, like, learning more and more about magic and, like, the things it's capable of. Like, I know that Shino's specific, like, magic talent is that she can put her soul into, like, other things. But I think when they were talking about, like, people's specific magic talents, I think they were specifically, it was, like, kind of described, like, there are things that people can do, but some people are just, like, way better at it, or, like, they're, like, kind of, like, specialized in it almost. Like, Shino's soul asphyxiation is, like, something that she is, like, so particularly good at that it's, like, basically, like, kept her alive for however long she's been alive. But it's still a thing that can possibly be done with magic, so it puts that idea in your head, so then Yasui can essentially do the same thing, you know? So it does make sense. It's just not something I ever kind of considered. Because I kind of like when I was talking about, like, not trusting her in the second stream that we did, which I got judged for, by the way. I got judged for not trusting her, and look where we are now. So, you know, who called it? I did. But again, I thought it was just gonna be like somehow, like she's gonna try and, like, trick Honoka into, like, breaking her free, or, like, going after Yonohara herself, like something like that. This is not at all what I expected. Also, what's happening in the chat right now? Haha, I can't wait to see Yonohara get fucked up. Blank face. What? I said fucked up, you dirty-minded freak. That is not what I was implying. Now look who has the dirty mind. Can I insult Yasui now? No. She's a queen. She's making poor decisions, but we can fix her, I promise. Put one foot before the other. That's all I need to do. I've forgotten what the cold of winter felt like. Its chill nearly making me cry from sheer nostalgia. Snowflakes fall about me, my gaze lingering on each as they lazily fall. How long has it been since I last saw but one? The morning fog is thick, houses around me looming in the mist. This world is at once strange and foreign, yet oddly familiar all the same. That mist only grows thicker as I walk down the street. I begin to wonder if it's truly the weather which has changed as I put one foot before the other, my arm aching from its wounds. The only consolation as I struggle on is that the streets are all but empty of people. It's a strange and surreal experience as I look about. The streets follow the same layout and the hills the same contours. Yet the roads once dirt are now paved. Seemingly everything is concrete, and the houses look stark and austere. This body, too, is new. Stopping briefly, I run my uninjured hand through the silken hair. Taking one of the long bangs in hand, I gaze down wistfully at the raven-black locks laying across my palm. My hair used to look like this so long ago. You know, this isn't the right time to say it, but the gold eyes are a good look. That's, you know, I mean, no need to focus. Honoka gave me her body, and I intend to make use of it. This clothing is ill-fitting for the middle of winter. The only warmth to be had is from the trickle of blood from my aching arm. Such pain and discomfort only focuses me on what needs to be done. All I have to do is get to the cemetery. All I have to do is kill that woman. But I don't... If you weren't able to do it in your body, I don't see why you'd be able to do it in Honoka's. You know? This festering sore has gnawed at my mind for so many years, and now I can finally lance it. Filled with renewed purpose, I begin the long walk ahead. For 100 years she tormented me, put Honoka in danger, and finally tried to kill me outright. I'll save her murdering that woman. With Honoka's magic at my disposal, I'll ensure she suffers every last minute of the ordeal. Okay, well maybe I might need to start walking things back. Thank you, Honoka. I won't let this last gift go to waste. For what my sister has done, there must be punishment. From the way she's, like, everything she's thinking is being worded, it doesn't really sound like her plan was to manipulate Honoka into letting this happen. It more does genuinely sound like if, like, this was never her intention, but Honoka did offer her this opportunity, and she felt like she had to take it. I feel like that's more of what her thoughts are kind of implying here. Past the cloud from my heavy breathing, a dark figure appears through the mist. I slow to a stop as the form of a long black coat becomes visible, rigid and unmoving. My heart sinks as I make out their stoic and resolute face. Of all the people, it had to be her. We meet again, Miss Asakawa. Or should I say, Lady Yasui? All I can do now is scowl. The falling snow piles onto the shoulders of her coat, but the woman plainly has no intention of leaving. I see my guess was correct. You look like Miss Asakawa, but a mage's eyes don't lie. So, you are the woman from back then. From where I'm standing, you don't come out the good guy in all of this. I didn't think you'd go so far as forcing out Honoka's soul to take over her very body. I have no desire to hurt you, so move aside. Whoever you are, this doesn't concern you. My name is Tatiana Fedorova. I'm afraid I can't honor your polite request. Here to finish your work, are you? The job required keeping you alive last time. However, that same job was also completed the moment we grabbed that book. Consider this meeting to be out of personal interest, which also means... Oh, let's go. Oh, she's so cool. With a practiced motion, she pulls off her long coat and throws it behind her. Not once do those sharp eyes leave my own. The white haze between us is soon pierced by a blaze of cyan blue. her weapon soon materializing.
あなたを見逃す理由はない。
That I have no reason to spare you. I find myself appreciating her effortless use of magic for a brief moment, only tempered by the realization that this will be far more than a mere distraction. Going by her well-drilled posture and grim gaze, it's obvious this woman has killed
フェドロ
before.
ワさん、これは最後の警告よ。今すぐ立ち去りなさい。
This is your last warning, Miss Fedorova. Leave now.
できない相談だ。
I can't do that. Every memory pulled from Honoka feels a violation of her. Every plucked feeling, sight, or sound is an uncomfortable and brutish act. I wish this weren't necessary, but my hand has been forced. Oh. It feels even worse when Yasui is using the blood magic. Plunging deep into her thoughts, the secrets of blood magic come forth. What I desire is fashioned into shape into my mind. The thought of flowing through my body and into the blood, now twisting and turning on my injured arm. What? Tracy. I'm sorry to everyone who was locked in. My brother just called me an Oreo Labubu. What do I do with this information? You gotta get a Labubu that looks the closest to an Oreo. Is that not the obvious answer? Is that what you do? Like, come on, that's what you need to be doing. Like, is it an incorrect statement, Tracy? I don't think it is. Also, like, that caught me so off guard, because again, I've been like reading the chat as we've been going, just not like reading it out loud so we can talk about all the things later. But that one caught me so off guard. It was like, what? What do you mean? But again, this assertion he's made is not a false one. You know, he is correct. So I think you just have to play into it. Anyways, a moment's concentration pulls together the threads of a dancing liquid into a solid whole. My own surprise stuffed down as I bring the scythe to bear.
なら、勝つこと同じ運命をたどるといいわ。
In that case, you'll suffer the same fate as Katsuko. It feels good in my hands, its weight focused behind, the large cutting blade. Honoka has abused her body terribly, but it's still youthful. Moreover, these clothes will work better than my own for combat. Throwing caution to the wind, I steel myself and bolt at the woman ahead. She merely sets herself low into a defensive stance, my own weapon held high as I throw myself into the attack. A deafening clatter rings out as our blades meet, the weight of my weapon proving both a hindrance and an asset as I try to redirect its momentum. Snow kicks up about as I throw the blade sideways, edging ever closer to my opponent. Before I can land the blow, she jabs the air with the menacing tip of her spear. I frantically pull back and parry her blow, before following up with one of my own, upward slashes, only for her to skip back with inhuman speed. She's well trained, but I can adjust. She isn't the only mage in this fight. I can't let her control the pace. The scythe by nature forces me to throw my body into every attack, and her spear's length means I need to force my way past it to get into her face to land a single hit. I keep moving forward with bold attacks. The woman seemingly surprised I can keep up as she barely avoids a swipe to her neck. Adrenaline courses through me, feeling a certain thrill in a true fight against another. Compared to her rigid and dour appearance, Tatiana appears to practically dance as she weaves about in combat. She follows the momentum of her spear, guiding rather than forcing the weapon. It's an almost graceful sight. Those effects for it being like Yasui's fight is like so cool. That's so cool. Her footwork too is precise and measured. I've never met someone so in control of their own body's movements. A diagonal blow avoided by skipping off the guardrail and controlling a short slide backwards in the snow. I see it now. This woman's talent is in manipulating her body with magic. She's moving so far beyond any normal person's speed because she's overcharging her own muscles. However, that means she's pushing them far beyond what a human body is naturally capable of. If she keeps this up long enough, she'll end up destroying herself. But I feel like that's also true for like Honoka's body though, because that's exactly what happened. Like the scythe requires blood. It's a blood-made weapon. It's like she can also only go for so long too. Which means that I just have to outlast her. Yet fighting this woman is proving intensely frustrating. Tatiana continuously falling back as soon as I make it to seize the advantage. Every time she commits to a finishing blow, it turns out to be a feint before deftly stepping back further. It's a strange fighting style for someone who needs to finish any scrap quickly. I make a wild cut at her midsection, only to slice through air once again as she flits back and steps aside. Just one solid blow and... Before I can keep after her, I'm stopped in my tracks by two shots ringing out. Ice from the footpath kicks up. Two bullets striking the ground mere inches from my feet. Oh, it's about time the goats arrived. That's far enough, Yasui. Those shots didn't miss, and the next one won't either. The woman takes aim from behind a car's hood. I recognize it instantly. It's the one which picked up Katsuko from the cemetery. All I can do is glower at them as Tatiana steps back to her comrade's side. They've had a trap set for me this entire time, and I blithely wandered into it. They knew where I was going from the moment I re-entered this world, and Tatiana covered for her own weakness. I never stood a chance, not when blinded by my own rage. The world's changed since you were here, Yasui. This is the end of the road for you. You expect me to surrender then? Even if you did, we wouldn't accept. What you've done to Honoka is unforgivable. How dare they talk about Honoka as if they cared about her? The pain they've put her through. Honoka asked this of me. She gave herself so that justice might be found. I won't be denied by the likes of you. I raise my weapon high and charge at them. With all my remaining energy, casting all caution aside, how foolish to try and use such a pedestrian weapon against a mage. The trigger is pulled. My sense of time slows. If I can just focus enough on the barrel, I have a chance. The flash. The bullet leaves the chamber. One flick of the wrist downward and... Oh. Please don't. In the blink of an eye, it's over. The clink of a bullet hitting the blade is the only sign anything happened at all. The guns of this time are a little different to those of my own, it seems. As the color drains from her face, I dash forward to seize the advantage. Karu sent diving as my scythe slashes into the car, ripping through its body with ease. I can see why Honoka's rage was so violent. There's a certain intoxicating pleasure in such passionate rebellion against an unfair world. But Katsuko is my target, not them. I can't push this body too far. These people are only distractions. Putting them out of mind, I race towards the cemetery. I'm already pushing this body to the limit without them bogging me down. Stop this, please! A chill runs up my spine. That voice is all too familiar. Stopped in my tracks, I slowly turn around. Everyone stops dead as she gets out of the car, almost in tears as she looks at me. Shino? Karu, why did you bring her here? Honoka, please. You have to listen to me. I know you're in there. You're still in there, right? What's happening? Why is she here? As her words trail off, I give a smile. a smile which soon twists into an ugly caricature of the real thing, a hollow laugh escaping as I rationalized what's playing out before me.
そう。つまり最初から仕組まれていたのね。何もかもお遊び。何ヶ月も前から計画して、ほのかを利用していたのでしょ。
So that's all this was, a game. Everything was planned out for all these months. Everyone was just using her.
違う。私はそんなつもりじゃなかった。
No, you're wrong. That's not what I was doing.
違う？あの二人と組んでいるのに？私を訪ねてきたのも、ほのかを慰めたのも、全部ほのかに近づくためだったのでしょ？
What, wasn't it? You're working with them, aren't you? When you visited me, when you comforted Honoka, this was all to get closer to her, wasn't it? She runs up towards me, my attempt to quickly summon the scythe proving too slow as she grabs onto my shoulders. Where before she'd hesitated, knowing Honoka shares this body, has emboldened her.
それはほのかちゃんの記憶でしょ。ほのかちゃん、そこにいるのは分かってる。話を聞いて。
Those are your memories. I know you're in there, Honoka. Listen to me.
ほのかちゃん、今までの話を思い出して。私がいろんなことを乗り越えて明るくいられる理由話したよね。あれは全部本当だよ。この世界はまだ生きる価値がある。諦めちゃダメ。
Remember when we talked about how I could be so cheerful after everything that's happened to me? I really meant every word of that. There's still good to live for. You can't throw everything away like this. I feel like that you gotta say something else. You gotta put it some other way. That's not reaching Honoka right now.
ほのかちゃんの一人ぼっちじゃない。うん、一人きりだったことなんてなかった。
Honoka, you're not alone. You were never alone. Shino. This isn't right. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. No, this is the way it has to be. Katsuko has to pay for her blood. For what she's done to me, she... No, this isn't happening. I'm ruining everything. She's trying to... This hatred isn't the Yasui I knew. This wasn't meant to hurt anyone else. I hate this. Katsuko is the one who caused all of this. She was the one who hired them in the first place. I have to kill her. Nothing else matters, not after...
Tatiana, 私。
Tatiana, should I...
待て、あの子がまだ中にいる。
Hold on, she's still in there. Tatiana holds her arm out to stop her. They're not here to hurt me. It's my fault this is all happening. They're going to kill you, just as they tried before. I have to reach Katsuko. The graveyard is steps away. I can finally... This isn't right. This is my head. I don't want to hurt anyone else. Get away from my memories. Get away from my thoughts. I don't want everything to end like this. Oh. Everything is wrong. I can't let this keep going. My body doesn't respond to my thoughts. Ending up staggering about as I try to steady myself. Every thought feels like wrestling control. My very body feeling not my own. This isn't the Yasui I loved. I need to get this thing out of my mind. Staggering towards a retaining wall, my frustration gets the better of me as I ram my head into it. Oh. The intense pain is all too brief for spite from Yasui's reasserting herself, making me throw my head against it again and again. Get out of my head! Get out of my head! Get out of my head! Staggering back in a daze, I clutch at my aching forehead. I slowly wrest control of my own body, muscle by muscle, as I sway about. the others reduced to onlookers as I tried to win the war in my own mind. As I manage to regain my sense of vision, I see a woman's feet gingerly walking up.
ほのか、大丈夫か?
Honoka, are you? This won't last long. I have to make the most of my moment of lucidity. Every thought, every urge is dedicated to asserting control over myself. Even now, I can feel her trying to retake my senses. I know what needs to happen.
長くはとどめておけない。私のせいで誰かを傷つけたくないの。
I can't stop her for long. I can't let anyone else get hurt because of me.
邪魔をさせないわ。許さないわよ、ほのか。カツコを殺さなくてはならないの。他のことなんてどうだっていい。あと少しだったのに。
You can't do this. I won't let you. Katsuko has to die. Nothing else matters now. I've come so close. Gritting my teeth, I force the voice back. Tatiana's eyes glow once more as she materializes her spear. The woman's silent and embittered as at her role in the affair. If this is the price of my mistakes, then I have no choice left. Enough of this farce. I mean, hey, listen, if she's here and she can save Honoka in any way, I mean, I'm here for it. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but there's, there's a chance. At once, we turn to the entrance of the cemetery. Lady Yonohara stands tall behind its iron gate, her eyes looking down on the chaos at its steps. Even Tatiana stops, Yonohara's booming voice commanding everyone. Yeah. That's kind of what I expected, but I had hope. I had hope. It was I who left the job undone. This is my burden to bear. Enter, Miss Asakawa. Her voice is without reproach or reprimand. She simply commands, knowing her superiority. You can't. I won't let you. Honoka! Knowing what's surely to come, I solemnly force one foot ahead of the other. As I rise up the steps, sweat beads my body for the effort to keep control, Yasui's voice practically screaming inside of me. Lady Yonohara steps, almost glides back into the cemetery. As I stagger inside, my control feels all the more fleeting with every step. She silently beckons me on as I step along the concrete path. One gravestone after another passes either side of me, peeking through the snow covering the field. By the time we come to a stop, I know full well our destination. Looking down, I see the Asakawa family gravestone before me. Yes, this is where this journey truly began. Perhaps it's fitting that this will be where it all ends.
私のせいよ。お願い。私がまた心を失う前に、やるべきことをやって。
This is my fault. Please do what you must before I lose control again.
望み通りに。
Though, she is way too happy about this. As you wish, Miss Asakawa. The particular tone to her voice sends a chill up my spine. It takes on an unfamiliar and malevolent edge. The woman's almost eager to say the words. Her eyes glow a vivid scarlet, and then... What? Huh?
どこへ?
Where did she... That was also like such a genuine what from me too. I glance about the cemetery, the cold granite about me providing no answer. No answers as to what just happened, nor where the woman disappeared to. Bringing my hands before me and looking down at them, it seems I at least have control of my body back. If both Yasui and Yonohara suddenly left, then... The thought causes a terrible knot in the pit of my stomach. Gulping, I look toward the sound of approaching footsteps from the cemetery entrance. Tatiana and Karu skip up to me, the latter replacing her pistol behind her olive drab jacket.
ほのか、大丈夫か？
Honoka, are you alright?
私
なぜここにいる？怪我はないか？
Why are you here? Are you okay? What? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Yonohara's done exactly what I feared. She used her magic to unmake Yasui and herself.
まったくこの体は冬に向かないんだから。
This body is useless in winter. Shino staggers up behind them through the snow-covered paths, every movement labored as she tries to keep up. She only needs a glance at me to know something is deeply wrong.
やっと見つけた。安江さんはどこ？
There you are. Where's Yasui? Thank goodness, at least she remembers her. The fact that even I do is a small miracle. A sudden thought comes to me. Shino and I share one thing in common. We've both visited Yasui in the other world. Maybe that was enough for us to hang on to her memory for at least a time. The small relief is washed away by the devastating realization of what I've done, my emotions overcoming me.
あの人が安江を。
Yonohara, she's...
私何をしたの？
What have I done? The words spill haphazardly from my mouth, my emotions flooding my mind even as I try to force them out. For a small mercy, Shino quickly directs the situation.
車で待ってて。私がどうにかする。
I'll meet you back at the car. I'll deal with this. Karu shrugs to her partner, the two bewildered women reluctantly doing as she says. Shino quickly runs over to my side.
つまり、米原さんは魔術の才能を使ったんだね。チャンスを見つけたらすぐに飛びつくって分かってたんだけどな。
So, Lady Yonohara used her magic talent. I should have known she seized any chance as soon as she saw it.
可能性は低いけど、もしかしたらなんとかできるかも。
It's a long shot, but I might be able to work something out.
私が魔術の才能、魂の定着を使ったら、この体から魂が切り離され、安江さんの世界に引き込まれた。魔術の痕跡を追ったからだと思う。米原さんがさっきここで魔術を使ったばかりだから、もしかしたら同じ効果を発動できるかも。
When I use my magic talent, soul fixation, my soul is pulled into Yasui's world as soon as I disjointed from this body. Since Yonohara's only used her magic just now, and right here, there's a chance it'll have the same effect. One maybe after another, with little other option but to trust in Shino. This throw of the dice is what it'll have to be.
安江さんに約束したんだ。助けるって。連れ戻す方法はわからないけど、中に入って米原さんを止めることくらいはできると思う。
I made Lady Yasui a promise that I'd help you out. That I'd help out. I don't know how to get her back out. I don't know how to get her back out, but I can at least get in there and stop Yonohara.
ダメよ。私が行く。私の責任だから。
No, I'll go. This is my duty too. Thinking over my words, I shake my head and say what I truly mean.
私がやりたいの。お願い。シノさん。
I want to do this myself. Please, Shino.
なら作戦がある。ほのかちゃんの体はここに残るから戻ってこられる可能性は高い。でも安江さんのことは保証できない。
Then we have a plan. You have a body to use, so I should be able to pull you back into it afterwards. I can't guarantee anything about Yasui, though. She gives a churlish smile. one hardly fitting for the situation we're in, but perfectly fitting for Shino Kikuchi.
ねえ、今のほのかちゃん、なんか頼もしいよ。自分で動くところがさ。
You know, I like this Honoka, taking charge and all.
どうなるかわからないけど、ありがとう。絶対に忘れない。
Whatever happens, thank you. I won't forget this. Giving a stern nod, she focuses her mind once more and closes her eyes. Holding out her hand towards me, her brow furrows as she calls upon her talent. With that, she throws her eyes wide open. Iris is glowing so fiercely, I almost look away in reflex. My senses at once feel oddly fuzzy, dulling more and more as the moments go by. My body begins to collapse, yet as I should feel the ground beneath me. Okay, I'm gonna step away for just a second. I start an ad or go to my BRB screen, it'll crash my computer. We all know that. So I'm just gonna be right back, and then I'm gonna read the chat for a little bit because I've been neglecting you guys for the past like half hour. So I will be right back. Okay, back here. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. We've been here for like 3 hours. Why am I saying welcome? Anyways, we're back. Let's read the chat. Let's see what y'all have been yapping about for the past little bit. Cause yeah, that was it was so good. It was so good. I had just literally talked about how I was like, oh, I'm reading chat as we're going. I'm just not responding to it, so I can respond to it after the scene's done. I'm not gonna lie. I've been ignoring everyone. I got too invested in that. I was just like, I'm here. I've locked in. I just want to keep reading. I don't want anything. I don't want to miss anything. Anyway, what's going on? I don't understand why I should support Yasu because Yonohara 100%. I don't understand why I shouldn't support Yasu because Yonohara 100% deserves it. Well, I think the reason you don't support Yasui is because to enact her revenge, I mean, as you said, she didn't really forcibly take over her body without consent. But I feel like it's still the idea, because it's still, even if Yasui's intent isn't that, which I guess I need to write my apology video. I need to make one being like, hey guys, sorry, I was wrong again. Yasui's not the worst. You know what I mean? She wasn't trying to manipulate Honoka. Also, I just had a spasm there. That was weird. She wasn't trying to manipulate Honoka the whole time. It is more along what I kind of guessed later, being like, no, she genuinely does love and care about Honoka, but her hate for her sister is just like that strong, you know? So like, but Honoka's still in such a vulnerable position. That's where she's always been, where she's so desperate for this connection. She feels like she's nothing without it. So like, if Yasui's gonna die, then she might as well die, which is like taking advantage of like her horribly emotional state, which is like they're both in very emotional states. Like Yasui was literally dying, just waiting to see Honoka again, and she gets this offer that's like truly a once in a lifetime thing to get like exactly what she's always wanted. Like, I think it's a 100, it's like it is 100% more complex than, oh, Yasui is the villain or Yasui is like the good guy. Like, there's a lot of, like, again, like, so much, like, moral complexity going on with her situation right now, you know? So again, it's the Yasui, even, like, though, like, Honoka, like, did consent to, like, having her body taken over, it still is using her for a very destructive, it's sort of like saying, like, if you give someone permission to hurt you, is it okay that they hurt you, essentially, kind of thing. Oh my, I don't know what we're referring to there. I would risk it all for Shino Kikuchi. No, for real, Shino is, like, genuinely the best. She is such like, the best character in this. Like, I love Kaoru. She was where my heart belongs to. But Shino is such an incredible character. She's, like, by far, like, not by far, but she is, like, probably the best one, I think. So she absolutely deserves you to risk it all. I don't really like how the story is portraying her as, I don't know if it's portraying her as a protagonist. I think it's just portraying her as, like, what she's doing to Honoka specifically is wrong. Like, it never portrayed, like, her fight with Yonohara in, like, the Meiji era version of Sapporo as, like, a bad thing, because that was just, like, purely her and her sister beefing, you know? It didn't, like, have Honoka as, like, this vessel that's essentially going to be run into the ground by going after her revenge, essentially. My female affiliation with Yonohara would be a bad thing. The story made her so hateable, and we're not supposed to support Yasui. Again, I feel like the we kind of talked about that already, but the support for Yasui is just that not using Honoka as, like, the catalyst for her revenge. I think that we're not supposed to be on Yonohara's side at all either. I mean, again, like, I don't think, like, they'd ever portray, like, oh yeah, Yonohara is, like, so happy to, like, take care of, like, all this stuff, and, like, get, like, do all these bad things. Like, the story absolutely is, like, not on, like, the story feels like it's almost unbiased. It's not really on anyone's side right now. It's more just, like, portraying how these events are making characters feel and how they would naturally react to it, which I think is, like, really, really, like, well written, you know? Kill. No, why are you sparing her? Oh, hello, having other people to talk with in your mind is nice, though. so true, Yellowstone, so true. But I don't think that is exactly the same thing, because this one sucks. This voice is awful. Also, I even liked that. I liked, like, because, like, I literally even said, like, I don't think these words from Shino is going to be enough to pull Honoka out of it, because these are things that Honoka has been told before, you know? But it's like a combination of that kind of, like, brought Honoka back a little bit to realize that this thing in Honoka's mind isn't even Yasui anymore. Like, this hatred, this, like, vitriol, this anger, this isn't the woman that Honoka fell in love with. The person that Honoka fell in love with is, like, you know, like, the son, like, this incredibly, like, caring and loving and wonderful person. Like, yes, who still had anger inside of her, but she's been completely consumed by that anger, you know? And it's like a combination of all of that is what, like, pulled her out of it. So that's like, at least how, you know, I see everything. Also, how's it going, Yellowstone? It's been a while. How are you doing? How have things been? The stage direction is so well done. Oh my gosh, no, for real. This state, like, I mean, we've talked about it every single time there's, like anything done. It's like, oh, that shot right there is so good. I love what they're doing with, like, the space and the depth in this moment, and, like, everything about it is so good. It's incredible. OMG, Shino, hi Shino. I love the hive mind of when you see Best Girl come on screen in any of these streams. It's always so good. Yasui, don't you dare. Yasui, no, wait. Oh, that was when Kaoru was about to be killed. Unironically, my, like, brain stopped. Everything about me just completely stopped there for a second to be like, don't take Kaoru away from me. Don't do this to me. That would have been so cruel. I don't think I could have continued on if something bad had happened to her. As far as action in VN, this is so, no, again, like, everything that they've done has been so impressive, but unironically, the action, because I talked about it, I think we talked about it a little bit, but I didn't really, like, focus on it for too long. When we were in, like, the action between Yonohara and Yasu, that fight scene, I was, like, genuinely blown away, because, I mean, as far as I'm aware, the other stories from Studio Lawn don't do action, you know what I mean? This hasn't been a very action-oriented, like, company. So, like, when the fight started, I was like, I didn't have like any kind of expectations for it because it was like, you know, this is like kind of like their first big try at something like that, and like they nailed it off out of the park like so hard. Like everything down to like the way, like again, like the camera shakes, the way like things would like tilt and turn, the impact of everything, like even like again like down to just like the syntax being used, the prose being used, like we're so on point for everything that those scenes need to be. Like it is genuinely so absolutely impressive. Wait, what is this question? What's your favorite type of scar? I personally like cuts. I like the scar that I'll get whenever I can afford a tracheal shaving. That is the realest response to that. With that question, I was like so scared. Like, why is this a question being asked in the chat? And then when I saw like I like the scar, I was so scared what the answer is gonna be. But that's just based in real. That's just real. All right, we are caught up. I love scythes. I love scythes too. They're the most impractical weapon that I absolutely adore. Okay, all right. It was like now we're caught up. Hi, it's been well. Don't really have much to say though. Chase has been doing all the thing doing. I've just been that kind of there. You know what? That's fair. Just kind of along for the ride. That's fine though. That's how it be sometimes. So glad to hear that you're doing well though. These are some of the best visual novels I've ever seen. No, for real. Again, this is like, if this sticks like The Landing, this is just another like masterpiece. Just another like 10 out of 10 story from Studio Lawn. It's gonna be weird. Studio Lawn could put out like a 9 out of 10 story at this point, and I'd be like, this is weird. It's like the expectations are almost too high now, you know? A close second is burn scars. Ironically, I think my favorite scars would probably be like if you get struck by lightning. Like the kind of like weird vein trees that they form. I think that those are like actually look cool. Not cool enough to like want to get struck by lightning, but like cool enough that I've thought about it. No, I haven't. Anyways. Oh, all right. I'm so ready and so scared for this to end. I don't want this to end so badly, but I want to see how it ends equally as badly. So, we just gotta keep going. Okay. I take a gasp in surprise, expecting the pain of falling to the concrete below, yet instead feel nothing. Let's do this. Let's do this. An oppressive darkness surrounds me, expanding in all directions as I look about. A realm of the soul and the soul alone. One I'd hope never to see again. My ears pick up an impossibly small, almost imperceptible sound. I'm sure I'd have missed it were it not for the abject silence of this cursed place. Turning towards its source, another rings out. The soft shuffling of fabric. My heart skipping a beat as I recognize the sound, I quickly begin running in its direction. All my thoughts are dedicated to reaching Yasui, the flood of emotions far too violent for me to stop and formulate any kind of plan. I can just make out a pinprick of color in the far distance, slowly turning to the recognizable red and yellow of the sisters' clothing as I get closer. The sight I see before me forces me to stop. My lips clasp shut for fear of making the situation worse. Yasui shuffles backwards, awkwardly pulling herself back in terror at every movement of the woman in a vermilion kimono before her. Yonohara's materialized sword is held out menacingly to her side as she slowly steps forward, savoring every moment of this as wicked flames lick its length. Before me stand two grand mages of old, unmatched in godlike power. Yonohara's destruction of Yasui's world showed how half-heartedly my understanding of mages truly was. To either of them, I'm no more than an ant. What was I even hoping to achieve in coming here?
今も哀れな人間の本能にすがりついているなんて。姉さんは心も魂も哀れだこと。
Even now you cling to pitiable human instincts, truly pathetic in mind and soul.
こんなことをして、あなたには罪悪感はないの？いいえ、
あったからこそこの前とどめをさせなかったのでしょう。
Don't you feel any sense of guilt from this? Isn't that why you couldn't strike the killing blow last time? With that, Yonohara abruptly stops. The question seems to give her cause for genuine thought.
罪悪感？
Guilt?
そう、罪悪感よ。これこそ私が姉に与え損ねた答えよ。
Yes, guilt. That's the answer I failed to give her.
長い間、私は復讐に燃える勇気としてこの世界をさまよっていた。私をこの世界に縛り付けるものは何かずっとわからなかった。それはあなたへの罪悪感だったの。
For so long I've wondered this world as a vengeful spirit, something I could never identify chaining me to this world. My guilt was the answer. My guilt around you.
菊池志乃は間違っていた。つまらない思いを捨ててしまえばもっと偉大な存在になれる。後悔、罪悪感、喪失。無駄な感情は人間性とともに切り捨てるべきよ。
Shino was wrong. I will become something greater once dispensing with such trivialities. Grief, guilt, loss. Such useless things will be lanced from my soul like boils once I discard my humanity. She isn't doing this for me, but her own ends. There's no justice to be had in any of this, only naked self-interest. As I twist about to try and find something, anything to stop this madness, I feel something digging into my waist. Reaching back, I pluck the item out and look it over. The knife. The weapon I'd wounded myself with so many times in the past. I placed it there as my blood magic took hold of me going into Yasui's dying world. I look up to Yonohara, my heart suddenly racing with terrible realization. She takes another step towards her sister, Yasui frantically shuffling back, but unable to raise a hand against her. Looking back to the knife, it's no more than a blade the size of a finger. A tool, not a real weapon. Certainly nothing which could slay a grand mage. But I don't have time to draw blood and summon my scythe, and Yonohara would notice that in any case. This is all I have. Oh. Shoot, there we go. I look back up. My time running out as Yonohara takes up her menacing blade. I can't hesitate. I can't have second thoughts. As I prepare myself for what's to come, my thinking harkens back to Yasui's adored play. Chushingera. Probably mispronounced it. A tale of 47 Ronin and their quest to avenge their master. The honor they displayed, their duty to their master. Their willingness to lay down their lives for their cause. I steel my heart, breath quickening as I grasp the knife so hard that my knuckles whiten. All I have is this pathetic tool. I'm a nobody, and my body is weak. Even now, I'm shaking in terror. The moment Yonohara notices me, she'll slay me with a flick of her wrist. But my life will buy a second that Yasui can use. For once in my life, I finally made my own choice. That choice will be my fate. As Yonohara raises her sword above her head in a great arc, I launch myself forward. It takes everything I have not to scream, but I need every moment I can to as I dash forward. The distance closes, adrenaline flowing through every pore of my body as I tear forwards. My frantic footsteps sound almost impossibly loud, yet Yonohara's wild eyes remain locked on her sister.
これで私の人間性は尽きる。
With this, my humanity is extinguished.
死ね！
Everything stops. My knife plunges into her back to the hilt, but Yonohara issues no scream, no yell. All to be heard is the quiet wheeze of air escaping her lungs. Sweat stings my cold face as time itself seems to pause. A moment of complete disbelief washes over each of us. An impossible situation presented as simple reality.
一般人の分際でどうして
Commoner. How? The words are barely more than disbelieving whispers into the void. Her sword begins to dematerialize from its furthest tip, her magic dissipating, still taking in everything that's happened. All I can do is hold the knife and pant as my adrenaline leaves me. Yonohara, being so caught up in her emotions, saved me. As the sword finally disappears, her arms fall limp by her sides. All she does is look upwards, black eyes staring into the darkness above. Then the woman herself begins to vanish.
あなたを愛していたのよ。こんなことあるべきじゃなかった。
I loved you, sister. It didn't need to be like this.
いえ、こうしなくてはならなかったの。
No. It did.
結局、私も人間だったの。哀れな。
In the end, I was a human. A pathetic,
死すべき
mortal
人間よ。
human. Yonohara's end is marked by the unceremonious clatter of my knife falling to the ground. I don't bother to collect it. I don't need that anymore. Suddenly left without the single-minded focus I'd had, everything about the situation floods into my overwhelmed mind at once, leaving me to helplessly collapse on my knees. Trying to steady my breathing, I look at my shaking hands through increasingly blurry eyes. Even if Yonohara's blood has disappeared, I know what they've done.
私が米原さんを殺した人を
I murdered her. I murdered someone.
そうするしかなかったのよ。大丈夫よ、ほのか。
You had no choice. It's all right, Honoka. I barely respond as Yasui crawls forward and wraps her arms around me, the woman weeping as she hugs me tightly.
Honoka. Honoka.
God.
ごめんなさい。
The lighting and the atmosphere in this game is like none other. Honoka. Oh, Honoka, I'm so sorry.
あなたをこんな目に遭わせてしまって、許されないことをしたと思っているわ。ごめんなさい。ほのか。
Put you through so much. I've done something unforgivable. I'm so sorry, Honoka.
自由になって最初に思い浮かんだのはあなたではなくて妹のことだった。妹のことしか考えられなかったの。
My first thought, once free, wasn't of you, but my sister. All I could think about was her.
ほのかに拒まれても当然よ。もしあなたが
You have every right to spurn me if you...
いや、そんなこと望んでない。
No, I don't want that.
安江にも米原さんにも100年もの間に何があったのかなんて想像もできない。でも
I can't pretend to know what it was like for all those years. For you or Yonohara.
償いたいなら一緒にいて。理解できなくてもあなたを助けたい。
If you want to make it up to me, then stay with me. Even if I can never understand, let me help you. She pulls back with a gentle smile on her face, taking my cheek in her hand. It's been far too long since I saw that warm springtime smile.
ありがとう。約束するわ。
Thank you, my dear. I'll promise you that. No sooner do I appreciate the simple feeling of an affectionate touch, do I notice a strange feeling overcoming me. A shimmer begins to flit at the edge of my vision, the beginning of a process I'd forgotten would come.
いや、シノさんが連れ戻そうとしているの。
No! Shino's pulling me back! I look to Yasui with a panicked face, but all she wears is a calm smile, a calm, heartbreaking smile. She knew this too would end.
いやよ、ヤスエ。もう二度とあなたを失いたくないの。
Yasui, I can't lose you again. I don't want this.
シノさん、待って。私、こんなこと望んでない。やめて。
Shino, wait. Please, I don't want this. Stop.
大丈夫よ、ほのか。こうするしかなかったの。
It's okay, Honoka. It has to be this way.
ずっと待ってるわ。どんなに時が流れても、あなたを待ってる。
I'll wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you. I reach out to her in desperation, but my own hands disappear before I can so much as touch her. She manages to hold her composure, Yasui's age giving her a measure of self-control that I lack. Yet even she can't stop herself at the last moment. As all begins to fall away and the lonely woman is surrounded by an endless darkness once more, a tear rolls down her cheek. With that, Yasui's melancholic final words drift on the air.
さようなら、愛しい人。
Farewell, my love. Then it all ends. Act 4, Scene 4, Recompense. Oh. That scene specifically felt like so, like, exhausting to get through. Like emotionally draining. What's going on over here? No, she's alone again. Good. So rude. So rude. It's time to go to heaven, my child. Also, this is a nice scene. Yeah, no, that scene was I don't know. I like that it didn't feel like over dramatic, if that makes sense. I feel like it was like just the right amount of dramatic to keep me like invested in it as like all the tragedy of the situation settled in, because like despite what they're saying of like I'll wait for you and everything, like, you know, that scene did end with her saying goodbye, and I feel like that's definitely like a final kind of goodbye. Like, I don't really know, because if killing like you said, so killing the mage doesn't reverse the spell. If killing Yonohara doesn't get rid of the spell, then what really is there to do? I mean, I guess like I could see there being some workaround with like Shino's magic, but I don't know if the story is gonna go that way. I'm like Vox watching Adam kick Alistair's ass right now. What a unique way to use that scene, but I understand what you're trying to say. Why is Yonohara so awful again? That's just the way she is. You know what I mean? that's just the way she is. But no, that scene, again, it was just, that scene was like hard, like, again, exhausting to get through, specifically like having Honoka specifically be the one to kill Yonohara is such a good way to do it, because she's like literally the most normal of people in the entire world. Like, yeah, if Karu did it, it probably could have like still had like a similar kind of effect of it still being like a normal person, a non-mage doing it. But even then, it's like she's trained to kill people. She like, this is like something that she can pretty easily do. But having it be Honoka doing it, the most like normal person, like she has no like skill in fighting or in killing or any of this stuff. She's just an everyday girl, and have her be the one who puts Yonohara down, specifically while she's like gloating and embellishing herself up like as much as possible, be like really feeding into her own god complex is like just the perfect way that could have ended for that. I mean, obviously, like I do wonder if we're gonna see like that kind of like the Honoka dealing with that, because like it kind of like touched on like her like being like, oh god, I murdered somebody right now. I wonder if that's gonna like play into the rest of this, but we'll see, we'll see. I just wanted to protect you. Oh, how could you come to regret that? Yeah, which like this story's been like a lot of. I kind of just read that, just like brushed over it, like. But again, like that's kind of been like a lot of this again, like the moral complexity of like a lot of the characters going on. Like I feel like the only one who's like truly kind of like bad and like the one you should be against is Yonohara, but everyone else is like very much so like. I feel like it's like almost too complex to like ascribe them as like an awful person or like a good person. I mean, I guess you could probably say like Shino is probably like the best person here. I don't know. But even then, like, there's, I don't know if I feel right saying that. I don't know. But yeah, I feel like this is the end. I feel like we're coming up on it. I feel like this is like going to be like the last scene or the second to last scene, and I'm so ready. I'm so ready to see how it all comes about, because like now that all that's happened with Yasui and Yonohara, like that's all concluded. Because my prediction has always been since the beginning of this, you know, that like. That there's no way that like she and Yasui are actually ending up together. My belief has always been like that she needs to move on, that she needs to like learn to live in the reality she has instead of wishing for a reality that she doesn't, kind of thing. So like I don't think that the story is gonna like go hard in the direction of like it's time to do the Yasui retrieval arc, you know, like I don't think that that's about to start. But yeah, I'm so interested to see how it goes down. Karu is still best character. She's definitely still best girl. Yeah, we all knew they could get together. Yeah, exactly. It's just like the going about having that happen was just like such a satisfying journey to watch, nonetheless. Even if it was like the most like the more obvious of the outcomes. Watch me just be completely wrong though. Watch like all of us be like completely wrong. Like, oh no, actually Honoka's about to walk up this hill and like, oh my gosh, Yasui's at home waiting for her. That's crazy. Like, but I don't think the story's going that way at all. But you know, I've been wrong plenty of times. I mean, I've been wrong about Yasu specifically twice now, so, which is a crazy amount of times to be wrong about a character in a story that's not that long. A terrible chill hangs in the air, the season proving bitter as it so often is here. On this cold day, a great throng of students slowly shuffles through the piled snow of the university's grounds. The day's lecture is finally over. Some gossip freely with friends, while others fawn over their partners. Most, however, stroll silently. Also, this image of Honoka specifically, like, despite the fact that this game has only, like, it's been out for, like, a good couple months now, like, this image, like, feels nostalgic already. Probably just because of, like, how long ago, like, the demo came out, like, that being, like, the big, like, Bellflower relay stream. Like, there's, like, a nostalgic feeling to this image specifically, especially because it has repeated throughout the visual novel. Amidst this sea of people walks one unremarkable student among many. A week has passed since everything came to a head, and the days since then. Life has settled back to normality for the students called Honoka Asakawa. Lady Yonohara no longer appears at the cemetery, the grave she once mourned at now sitting unvisited and covered by snow. I haven't seen Tatiana or Karu since then. They've little reason to. With my notes on blood magic long since deleted from my laptop. I mean, it kind of would have been cool if we were buddies, but that's fine. The strange librarian abruptly resigned by letter, causing some consternation among the staff and students. She was soon replaced by a kind, elderly gentleman, a person perhaps more fitting for the role. Then there's me. All I knew after I returned to the real world is that I awoke without Yasui's voice in my head. A whisper at the back of my mind, but little more. She said she'd wait, but where could I even begin? I don't know. I remember waking up on the lap of a worried Shino before promptly breaking down in her arms as I incoherently recounted what had happened. I couldn't save her. All of this was for nothing. She's still stuck there in the same false world she's been confined to for centuries. The look of pity on Shino's face is still burned into my mind. Despite all my efforts, I couldn't save her. The memories of her still sting deeply. Where I should cry, or at least feel sadness, I instead feel nothing. A horrible absence of any catharsis or emotion at all. I've cried and grieved as much as I can, only feeling a hollow where my feelings should be. I guess this will be how things are supposed to be from now on. Normality. As if I'd never seen that book or met that woman at all. Oh. Oh, let's go. Oh, they're coming back. They are going to be buddies. Let's go. Hey, Miss Asakawa. I look up, seeing a familiar woman leaning on the hood of her beaten-up car. She pays little mind to the other students' puzzled expressions at her shouting. What is she, of all people, doing here? Need a ride? Shino, don't go. Terrible, terrible joke, Flowey. Shame on you and your family name. Well, this exact scene plays 3 times to be fair. No, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it's just like the image that's been stuck in my mind. That's why I have like the title screen about this game ever since like the demo originally came out and on all the advertisements for it even before that. And then the fact that it has played 3 times is like helped that stay in. Sitting with hands clasped in my lap, I let the cheerful woman drive me in the battered old sedan. I can only imagine how much the repairs cost. The scars of what happened still very visible. I try to glance beside me at my driver as subtly as I can. She's a bit intimidating, giving her piercings and rough appearance, but she doesn't give any sign that she means me harm. I mean, look at her. How could you be intimidated by that? She's so cute. It's hard to believe she was pointing a gun at me just days ago. You know what? That's fair. Never mind. You know what? You're right.
そういや、ちゃんと自己紹介してなかったよね。私は伊藤薫。名字で呼ばなくていいから。
Oh yeah, I should have introduced myself properly, huh? My name's Karu Ito. Don't bother with my family name.
シノさんと居酒屋に行った時、名乗ってくれましたよね。
Didn't you tell me you were at the bar with Shino?
あれは脳幹。仕事以外の時にちゃんと言っときたかったんだ。
That doesn't really feel like it counted. Wanted to say it properly now that we're done with the job. I give a nod before noticing the turn to go home passing blithely by out the window.
カオルさん、これ帰り道じゃありませんよね。
Karu, this isn't the way home.
ああ、心配しないで。もっといいところに連れてってあげるからさ。
Don't worry about that. I'm taking you somewhere much cooler.
わかりました。
Oh, sure.
あのさ、慌てないわけ？今あんたを誘拐しようとしてんだけど。
You're not gonna freak out? I'm functionally kidnapping you, you know? Well, listen, I'd be okay with that too, alright? Okay.
それはそれでがっかりかも。
Well, that's depressing. She trails off, the discussion ending awkwardly. The silence suits me fine, but it's clearly bugging her as she glances about.
あ、信号が変わる。
Hold on, the lights are about to change. So that means we go faster, right? Oh, I didn't mean to click. Whop, whop. Her hands drop beside her as she quickly shifts gears, pressing the pedal to the floor and throwing the car around the corner. My heart races as quickly as I grab the handle above the door to steady myself. Wait, I got it. Kidnap me, Karu, please! You can kidnap me anytime, Karu. I am glad to be in good company. I'm glad to be in company of people who would be okay with Karu kidnapping them. Let's go. This is how you know this is a safe space. You know, this is a safe space for all of us. Oh. Her hands drop beside her. Oh, wait, we read that part. Bloop. As we settle into driving once more, I sink back into my seat. Driving like that in winter feels dangerous, but she doesn't look the least bit phased. As an awkward silence settles in once more, I try to break the ice.
あなたたち、暗殺者か何かですか？
Lady Yonohara hires you, right? Are you an assassin or something? Let's go. These are the conversation starters we need.
暗殺者だって
My face goes scarlet as she bursts into boisterous laughter. She finally composes herself on seeing my deep grimace.
そんなかっこいいもんじゃねえって。私らは私立探偵だよ。この手の仕事で細々とやってるだけ。
That's way too cool to describe us. We're just a private investigation agency doing job like this for chump change.
今回のは特別面倒だったけどな。終わってやれやれだよ。
This one was a pain in the ass. Glad it's over.
みんな魔術師ですか？
Are you all mages?
他の二人はな。私は銃を持ったただの負け犬ってところ。魔術師とつるんでもいいことねえけど、まあそんなもんさ。
The other two are. I'm just some loser with a gun. Should know better than hang around mages, but, well, listen, that just makes you so much cooler, though. That makes you so much freaking cooler. It's like that new meme that was, like, not new meme. It's just a meme floating around of, like, the more complex and crazy the magic system is, the better it is when someone just pulls out a gun. And that is Karu for me. When Yonohara and Yasuo are like flying around like gods, and then Karu's just like, I have my Glock or my rifle. I'm like, yes, let's go, this is the best thing. Don't you dare call yourself a loser. Exactly. She last person who should be saying that. The sight up ahead pulls her interest from the conversation. The indicator soon ticking away as she pulls over to the side of the busy downtown road.
ほら、着いたよ。
Here I am. Oh my gosh, Studio Lawn? Dandelion? Confused about where we are, I look up to the building towering above us. It's one of the many skyscrapers around the city, housing all kinds of shops and restaurants, and the last place I'd imagined their office to be.
ドアを開けて差し上げましょうか、お嬢さん。
Oh my gosh, and she's so polite. Do I need to get the door for you, miss? I need her to give me the princess treatment, for real, for real. Still little the wiser for where we're going, I silently follow the woman up the elevator to one of the top floors. Then along a winding path between this shop and that. Our journey finally ends as she pushes open the nondescript door among many. A bar? As Karu wanders in, I stop dead behind her and try to make sense of my surroundings. I barely even hear the door close behind me.
面白い。今回だけは時間通りか。
Fascinating. You're actually on time for once.
はいはい。別にあんたのためじゃないから。
Yeah, not for your sake, for the record. As I turn to the source of the voice, my heart skips. The blonde woman behind the counter is her, of all people? She doesn't scowl at me, nor smile in reassurance. She simply keeps that flat, stoic face as she waits for me to say something. Eventually she gives up and makes conversation herself.
タチアナ・フェドロワだ。何か飲み物はいかが？
My name's Tatiana Fedorova. Would you like something to drink?
あなたがこのバーを？
You run a bar?
ただの趣味だけどね。
It's just a hobby.
いいか？私はうまい飲み物を作れる。いずれお前をバーテンダー養成講座に送り込み、店で働かせてやろう。
I can make a good drink, I'll have you know. One day I'll send you on a course so you can make it yourself useful. Karu airily waves her off as she saunters over to a bar stool and collapses onto it. Somewhat confused by neither having any ill intent, I idly walk over to the large windows, making up one of the walls. All of Sapporo stretches out below me, its building of concrete and glass dwarfed by the snowy mountains framing them. Cars move this way and that as trains glide smoothly by each other, with Sapporo TV Tower reaching skyward in the middle of it all. For chump change, she says. I'm surrounded by those who shot at me, tried to kidnap me, but I don't feel a thing. No residue of revengefulness, nor anger or hate. I just stand and gaze out the window at the city moving about below. All I'm doing is watching life go by while others truly live, just as I always have.
浅川城
Miss Asakawa. I turn to see Tatiana, the one leaning on the counter before her as she talks.
あなたは見てはいけない世界を垣間見てしまった。生きて逃れられたのは運が良かった。ほとんどのものはそうはいかない。
You caught a glimpse of a world you weren't supposed to see. Be glad you got out alive. Most don't. Lady Onahara said just the same. The affairs of mages are so cruelly indifferent. I may have made it out alive, but for what? It isn't really that I feel sad or angry. I just don't feel anything, really.
待って、何があったか、あなたたちは覚えているの？
Wait, do you remember what happened? As I look from one woman to the other, the mood in the room visibly falters after some time. After some time, it's Tatiana who finally answers.
混乱した1週間だったと言っておこう。シノはできるだけ私たちに説明してくれた。
Let's say it's been a confusing week. Shino explained everything as best she can.
最悪の二日酔いみたいな仕事だったよ。大金を失うわ、人間関係はおかしくなるわ。それなのに何も覚えてねえんだもん。
This job feels like the worst hangover I've ever had. I'm out a bunch of money, relationships are all weird afterwards, and I don't remember a damn thing about any of it. I give a smile in spite of myself at the two of them. For two people who are intent on killing me, they seem rather all right, all things considered. Good taste, good taste. The door opening draws my attention, though the others barely register it. As a woman about my height saunters through, my heart jumps. Is it Shino? Let's go. As if it could be anyone else. There's literally one other character it could have been, and I guessed it right. Look at me, I'm so good at this.
久しぶり、ほのかちゃん。
Hey, it's been a while. No way, it's her. It's difficult to marry the cheerfully smiling woman in front of me with the image of me frantically begging her for help at the cemetery.
どう？一段落して落ち着いた？誰にとっても大変だったよね。
How are you now that everything's settled down? That was a lot to deal with for anyone. I open my mouth to answer, but the words fail to come. What is there to say? I feel like I've changed after going through so much, but been put right back to the life I had a few months ago. Normality is now almost as surreal as that illusory world of Yasui's conjuration. For all I once adored reading and looking smart to others, with fanciful words, I now end up just giving a simple, stupid shrug.
まあ、忙しくしてるのはほのかちゃんだけじゃないよ。
Well, you're not the only one who's been busy again with work, you know.
でも、図書館の仕事を辞めたんでしょ？
But didn't you quit your library job? Shino answers with a cherub face grinned, theatrically stepping aside from the door. No way. What? Confused, my eyes shift to the flash of yellow I notice from behind her. I'm left speechless as the woman glides into the room, her free-flowing white hair unmistakable. This isn't possible. I can't believe it. Dog, I'm right there with you. I was so scared one of those was going to start talking. I was about to say I haven't been able to predict anything in the story, but I also did say that if they were going to be able to get Yasui out, it was going to be through some Shino magic, because her magic would be the one able to do it. So I guess, like, you know, you shoot enough shots, you'll get in the hoop eventually. You know what I mean? That's how I feel right now. I shot every shot I could. I guessed all the outcomes, and it turns out I was right, guys. Whoa, that's crazy. No way. You gotta stop. You gotta stop with those jokes. I know I laugh, but it's from pain. What the freak? I can't believe it's actually like, is it actually gonna have a happy ending? I thought it was gonna be like a very like kind of like melancholic, like you kind of gotta face the world now kind of ending. What she know, I won't stop. Tracy, can we ban Flowey? Never let him back. I can't do anything but stare in stunned silence as the woman stops before me. I open my mouth to try and find something to say, but nothing comes out. Minutes pass before I finally manage to mumble so much as a word.
安い
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. This is why you're the best. This is why you're the best. Oh. That was such perfect timing, too. That was such good freaking timing. Oh.